Chapter 756. Tubo, which Zhang Xiaobao had set his eyes on, had already been destroyed by the locusts. They were no longer worshipped as they were in the beginning. Poultry ate locusts. Hence, all the nobles and royals who raised poultry released them. Even if they would offend the gods, it was better than starving to death. Apart from releasing poultry, the slaves also made bags with sticks attached to the back to catch locusts during the day. At night, they would light bonfires to lure the locusts in and burn them to death. They were determined, but it was too late. Once the locusts formed a large scale, it would not be easy to deal with them. The food they planted would be eaten. The grass and trees would be eaten as well. Wherever they went, there would not be a single trace of green left. Some of the locusts had even flown to Jinchuan. The people who Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arranged here were also busy. Fortunately, there were not many of them. The 7,000 slaves that Han Xianfeng brought did not enter Tang directly. Instead, they stayed in this area. One reason was to let them get used to the environment. The other reason was to train them to be loyal to the Zhang family and the Wang family. There were many young and strong slaves. When the time came, they could be used to farm or form an army. In Tang, it was impossible for the Zhang family and the Wang family to raise an army of 3,000 to 4,000 people. Now, they had joined the ranks of killing locusts. Fortunately, there was water and ice here. Many of the locusts that tried to fly over were frozen to death. Apart from these slaves, who would be formed into an army by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the future, there were also the people who were farming here. If the game could not continue, the strength of these people would not be underestimated. Apart from this area, there was also Feng province. There were not many people there, but the customs were different. When the time came, they could form an army at any time. However, Sanshui County and Shuzhou were different. They could not be too obvious there. Apart from these two places, there was Wing Province. The people there were all mountain villages. They did not have a good relationship with the local officials, but they were close to Zhangzhong. It was the same for Lu Zhou's army. Currently, Lu Zhou's army was made up of locals. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan needed them, he could summon them and show them what it meant to be a wolf army. The large-scale battle to exterminate the locusts began. The various Tubo nobles looked at the endless locusts and couldn't think of a better solution other than worry. They knew that this year was over again. Last year, they had been ruined by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They did not know what to do this year. Until now, they still did not know that this matter was caused by Zhang Xiaobao. They still thought that it was a real natural disaster. This time, there was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to send anyone over. Tubo was already thinking of borrowing more grain from the Great Tang. In the past, they would have just sent their soldiers, but this year, they did not dare to do so. It wasn't that they didn't want to. If the bodies of the Tubo people were as good as they were during the war last year, there wouldn't be a problem. The main thing was that after the autumn harvest last year, until now, they hadn't eaten their fill. Many of them could be slaves to the warriors. Some of them could even eat a little bit of food a day, as long as they didn't starve to death. Under such circumstances, how many soldiers could they gather? If there were tens of thousands of soldiers, it wouldn't be enough for Wang Wan to kill. The Tubo emissary had already set off and was about to enter the Great Tang territory with a heavy responsibility. However, no one knew what would happen when they arrived. Zhang Xiaobao's side also started to make the final preparations. The ships were transferred to the capital. There were a total of 20 ships. 5 of them were the biggest ships, while the rest were medium-sized ships. Those who had the opportunity to join also joined in, including Old Man Pai and the other 2. Old Man Chang had also been contacting Zhang Jiuling during this period of time. He talked about what happened in the past few years and also wanted to see his son. Li Yu should be over there, right? I wonder if I can see him and ask him how he is doing over there. When they were ready to set off, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of someone. It was Li Yu, the county magistrate of Changning County in Xizhou. They hadn't contacted each other for a long time. He still didn't know if Li Yu had fought with anyone over there. Wang Wan also thought of this person and said, I guess he's busy. We should be able to see him this time. Fenshui is not far from Changning County. It's just a little across the border. Li Longji has gone there. No matter what, he has to meet him, especially when he has governed over there well. How can he not show off? Send him a letter. It's a good opportunity for him to earn more money. Zhang Xiaobao wrote a letter and asked someone to send it to Li Yu on a fast horse. It was a very useful way to make money. If it was done well, he could make a lot of money. As for whether Li Yu would do it himself or ask someone else to do it, it didn't matter. As Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said, Li Yu did want to meet his uncle. However, the things in the county were not done yet. He wanted to show the emperor a very good county when he arrived. Even if it couldn't be as good as Sanshui County, it should be at least close. The roads were being repaired, the river was being dug, and the business was being done. Changning County was neither big nor small. Li Yu planned to renovate all the houses in the county before the emperor arrived. If the emperor was happy and wanted to visit, it would be good for him. In order to get more money to do things, Li Yu asked for investment in the surrounding areas. He gave a lot of benefits. If they rented land and did business here, they could be exempted from taxes for 3 years. If they were willing to invest money to help build the place, they could continue to be exempted from taxes. Some businessmen were really tempted. They brought money to do business here. In fact, there weren't many good businesses here. One was transportation, and the other was ceramics. The former was a supplement to the latter, and the latter was a blow to the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce. There were so many places, and the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce couldn't occupy all of them. They only occupied the resources of a small place, and other people might not sell all the resources to them. With the addition of other businessmen, the people of the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce couldn't bear it anymore. When the time came, even if they made different pottery, they couldn't raise the price. Without a high price, although they wouldn't lose money doing business here, they wouldn't make much money. So the 6 of them gathered together again to discuss. Should we take out 100,000 strings of cash and take more shares? Otherwise, if we continue like this, Li Yu will keep taking advantage of us. How much did we spend by renting his land and buying his mines? We can't do this anymore. President Tian said to the 5 people. The 5 of them were silent. They also realized that something was wrong, but they couldn't come up with any solution. Previously, they had used the cooperation with businessmen to get tax exemption. Not only did they not make any money, but they also lost a lot. It was clearly written in the contract that if they couldn't get tax exemption after the cooperation, the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce would have to bear all the losses of the businessmen. So many businessmen were pulled over, and they lost a lot of money, but they couldn't find a way to make up for it. Now, many businessmen were attracted by Li Yu's tax exemption, and the competition was getting more and more intense. If they couldn't come up with a useful solution, they would only help Li Yu prosper the local economy. What was the use of 10 years of tax exemption? Seeing that the 5 of them were silent, President Tian could only say, "Good plan. If we didn't get tax exemption for 10 years, we wouldn't even be able to keep our capital. We invested 50,000 strings of cash and spent a lot of money to buy a lot of resources. In the end, we can only make a little money. In the end, we pay taxes when we buy materials, and we get income when we rent the land. When the time comes for us to sell our pottery, we'll probably have to spend a lot of money on transportation. It's the same whether we get others to transport it or we do it ourselves. What I mean is, take out another 100,000 strings of cash. This time, we'll collect less iron ore and more clay. We'll sign a contract with the place that digs the clay. They have to supply us first before they can supply others. Or we can take 80%, and the others will take 20%. Let the businessmen who come later have no materials to use, and we won't have to worry about them competing with us. With the 100,000 strings of cash and the remaining 60,000 strings of cash, we'll take out 150,000 strings of cash to buy the clay. We can buy all the clay in the county in an instant, and no one will be able to get their hands on this resource within a few years. Now, the 5 of them understood the president's plan. They felt that it was a good idea and nodded in agreement. President Tian sent people to the Four Seas Academy to get the money while he personally went to find Li Yu. When he saw President Tian's haggard appearance, Li Yu was happy. Who asked the people of the Thousand Circles Chamber of Commerce to not cooperate properly? Since they had done it, they had to bear the consequences. Originally, he really wanted to support the Thousand Circles Chamber of Commerce during normal operations. However, since things had happened, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. That was why he had taken the action of tax-free investment. In addition to this, there was also a follow-up plan. He had to force the Thousand Circles Chamber of Commerce to sell their shares to him at a lower price. Li Yu thought about this and revealed a warm smile to President Tian. President Tian, you're free today. How many kills have you been burning? I'm waiting to make a lot of money. When the time comes, I definitely won't forget President Tian's help. Come, serve tea. President Tian looked at the tea and melon seeds that were served. He was indeed thirsty. He took a sip and said, Lord Li, haven't we been recruiting too many people recently? Moreover, many of them are people who also burn pottery. It's not easy for us to do business. How many? I think it's okay. Moreover, I haven't exempted them from taxes for 10 years like your Thousand Circles Chamber of Commerce. I've only exempted them for 3 years. If they want to exempt more, they have to pay a bigger price. In fact, the Yamen has no other choice. Even if they have to spend money now, they have to do it. President Tian also knows that for a Chamber of Commerce, monopolization is the most profitable. However, for a county, competition between merchants is the most beneficial. I'm just waiting for 3 years to collect more taxes. Li Yu was lying through his teeth. President Tian naturally didn't believe him. Although it was tax-free for 3 years, renting land was money, right? Moreover, it was the kind of land that was rented. It was land that no one cultivated. The merchants who came first looked at the map and couldn't change what they chose. If there were other people on the land, they had to help them move and compensate them. This part of the money was not small. There was also the coal and wood used to make the kiln. This was another sum of money. For large transactions, the county wouldn't be short of taxes. The same was true for selling land. President Tian estimated that the tax revenue of Changning County this year would be 20 times more than the previous year. In the past, there weren't so many merchants. The road was not easy to travel. Now, if a merchant wanted to build a kiln, he had to build that road first. As a result, many merchants came. Li Yu only needed to pay a little bit of money to connect all the roads. This was a good calculation. This was Zhang Xiaobao's real ability. He didn't need to set up such a big plan. After thinking for a while, President Tian had to stop mentioning this matter. After all, the contract didn't stipulate that other merchants were not allowed to come. He couldn't keep the money that he was supposed to pay. Therefore, he said to Li Yu, Lord Li, the Thousand Circles Chamber of Commerce is going to continue to use money to increase shares. Does Lord Li agree? Increase shares just like that. I agree. Wasn't it written in the contract? How much does President Tian want to increase? Li Yu thought that it would take some time for the other party to increase shares. It was good to increase shares. He would have more money in the county. Since the money was coming, he couldn't just leave it. If that was the case, his financial staff would tell him. I want to increase 100,000 strings of coins. President Tian gritted his teeth and said the number. The main reason was that he didn't know if he could achieve his goal after investing this amount of money. If Li Yu didn't have Zhang Xiaobao behind him, there shouldn't be a problem. However, with that person around, it seemed that anything could happen. In other words, my shares will become 25%, right? Okay, if I want to invest, I will tell you. Li Yu didn't object. This was what was written in the contract. Zhang Xiaobao had already analyzed it. Yes. If Lord Li thinks it's too little, we can give you half. President Tian was afraid that Li Yu would be unhappy, so he was prepared to lose some to monopolize the resources in the future. No, don't give me that. A business is a business. Do you look down on me? Do you think I'm a lord who will use my status to bully others? Li Yu hurriedly refused. What was the use of half? It was better to follow Xiao Bao's plan. Sure enough, it would be a pity if he didn't make some money. President Tian was relieved. He casually talked about the pottery that was made over there and didn't stay for long. He said goodbye and left. Li Yu's advisor, Xiao Chong, came out from behind the screen. He was holding the plan that Zhang Xiaobao had written for him. His face was full of admiration. Lord, are you going to form your own caravan immediately and go to the surrounding counties to discuss business? The people from the Millennium Chamber of Commerce are about to take action. Go, I'll leave this matter to you. Taxes, a lot of taxes. Now the county will have money. The money that my brother and Xiao Bao invested can be earned back little by little. It would be good if we could find someone else to lend money. Now, we need to use the county's money to pay for it. This is misappropriation. Even if I borrow it myself and the people agree, I will have to find a way to compensate in the future. Fortunately, no one will blame me. Which place doesn't misappropriate? Even the imperial court is shifting. Li Yu handed the matter to Xiao Chong. He felt that it was awkward to misappropriate public funds. He didn't have this feeling when he used to misappropriate public funds. Of course, this was not for free. He needed to use a few of his own businesses as collateral. Otherwise, with the current financial situation of the Yamen, without collateral, it would be difficult to explain to the people. When Li Longji in the capital got on the ship and set out, Zhang Xiaobao's letter to Li Yu had also arrived. Li Yu opened the letter and read it. He smiled happily and said to himself, Xiao Bao is indeed Xiao Bao. He lives up to his reputation. Good, plant willows, plant a lot of them. Plant as much bamboo as you can. Then buy hay and stalks from this county and the surrounding counties. Wait for the big money. Thinking of this, he picked up the letter and read it again. The letter analyzed the future development of Changning County. It said that as long as the merchants who invested money could earn money, they would not withdraw. This year, there might be enough other things to use. After all, the newly opened kiln needed to be tested to see how it was burned. Every kiln was different. Some were good, some were not. Naturally, the bad ones would need to be rebuilt. When all the kilns were tested and sold next year, that would be the real era of mass production. Pottery was not something that could be stored one by one. There had to be protective measures. What was the best thing to protect? Of course, it was bamboo and wicker baskets. There was also hay. There might be enough this year, but there would definitely be a shortage next year. In that case, it would be too late to prepare now. Whether it was to make money for oneself or to help the merchants transport the goods safely away as soon as possible, it had to be prepared in advance. Willows were easy to grow. Just stick a willow branch on them and they grew quickly. Bamboo was even more so. In addition to this suggestion, another one was for Changning to start making honeycomb briquettes and use them to burn. The remaining firewood could be made into thick paper. When the time came, the Zhang family and Wang family would provide a material for the paper pulp. After it was pressed, it could also be used in pottery. Li Yu read it over and over again. Every time he read it, he felt comfortable. This was a really good way to make use of the resources. After the people of the Millennium Chamber of Commerce used up the increased capital, they could earn a lot of money again. No, I have to prepare early. I have to write these things down. When Uncle arrives at Finshui, I will have something to say to him. Having made up his mind, Li Yu arranged for people to collect enough hay and plant a large number of willows and bamboos. At the same time, he began to write a report. He listed all kinds of data so that when the fleet arrived, he could speak smoothly. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know how far Li Yu could go. He didn't plan to make money in Changning. When the fleet set off, he was arranged to be on Li Longji's ship. Xiao Bei and the others followed him. The ship went through the Chao Canal. When they reached a place where they could change channels, they would enter Finshui. It was not easy for Li Longji to come out. At first, there were many people who objected. Finally, after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan agreed to pay, the people who objected agreed. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot of effort. As soon as he arrived on the ship, Li Longji didn't want to be bored in the cabin. He took a set of things and sat on the deck at the bow. He held a telescope in his hand and looked around. The current was following the current. When they entered Finshui River, it would be against the current. Therefore, the ship moved very fast. In addition to the guards on the ship, there were also Jinwu guards on the shore to follow them on horseback in case there was an ambush. A day and a half later, at noon, Li Longji still went outside to sit and look at the scenery of his country. While looking, he found that there was a bridge over the river in front of him. Li Shi, do you know when we got out of this bridge? Li Longji asked Gao Li Shi, who was standing next to him. Gao Li Shi didn't know either. He looked at it in confusion, shook his head, and replied, I don't know. Who was so kind to build a bridge for us? There are quite a lot of people on the bridge. Why did we stop at the head of the bridge? Just like what Gao Li Shi said, there were many people on this bridge that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. There were also people using small carts to push goods. It was more strenuous to ride a horse because the bridge would sway back and forth. It was an iron chain bridge. Gao Li Shi didn't know, so he asked Luo Bin to come over. Luo Bin had gone to other places to pass on an imperial decree. He was gone for more than 10 days, so Gao Li Shi thought that he would know. The little eunuch Luo Bin hurried over and looked up at the bridge in front of them. He said in surprise, it's so fast. When I passed by last time, it wasn't fixed yet. The Zhang family and the Wang family are really fast. Hearing him say this, Li Longji and Gao Li Shi both knew what was going on. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan probably saw that it was inconvenient to travel here, so they had people build a bridge. It was indeed very fast. In just a month, an iron chain bridge had been built. It was so comfortable to do things with money. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are really kind. This bridge must have cost a lot of money to build, right? What are the two sides of the bridge supported by? Li Longji looked carefully at the bridge, praised it, and then asked. Replying to your majesty, the two sides are supported by cement, steel bars, and pebbles. This is the only way to stretch the iron chain. Even if 100 people stand on it, it won't break. In addition, I heard that in the future, there will be more maintenance, but, as Luobin spoke, he didn't know whether he should continue or not. He looked at Gao Lisher. Why are you looking at me? If you have something to say, just say it to your majesty. Gao Lisher glared at him. Aren't you framing me? You can't say what you have to say. Look at me, it's so infuriating. Li Longji didn't care about this small matter. He laughed and waited for Luobin to continue. It's just that it's not easy to travel across this bridge. It costs money. It costs 1 copper coin to cross it twice. You can buy it for a month or a year. The longer you buy it, the cheaper it is. If you don't have money, you can also use goods. For example, an egg can cross it 3 times. If you buy a goose egg, you can cross it at least 5 times. Also, why does it cost money? Where are Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? Call them over for me. Do they lack money? I've already given them money. How can an egg count? When Li Longji heard that they had to pay to cross the bridge, he was in no mood to praise Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When he asked someone to call them over, he raised his binoculars and looked carefully. Of course, there was a person sitting at each end of the bridge. They were waiting for someone to throw money into a box beside them. There were also several baskets. At this time, 2 adults were bringing a child across the bridge. They didn't pay and took out an egg and put it in the baskets. Lisher, what do you think this is? The commoners are just passing by, but they are charged. Do the Zhang family and Wang family really lack money? If the commoners spread this, their family's reputation will be ruined. They can take out so much money to build the canal on the road in Jiannan province. They even provided development funds for the villages that helped pave the road. Why do they have to charge people for the canal in the capital? Li Longji said angrily to Gao Lisher. No wonder Luobin was hesitant. So this was the reason. Gao Lisher also frowned. He also didn't understand. There were many people passing by, but how long would it take to earn back the money for the bridge? He couldn't answer for a while. After a while, he said, Your Majesty, this subject thinks that the people guarding the bridge are charging Xiao Bao and Cuckoo behind their backs. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo come over, we can ask them. Yes, ask them. Have them tell the truth. Li Longji was still looking at the people passing by on the bridge. No matter how he thought about it, he felt uncomfortable. Not long after, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over hand in hand. Your Majesty is enjoying the cool air here. Your Majesty, look at the bridge in front. Cuckoo and I built it when we came over. We will build more in the future, including the river that Your Majesty was going to pass by. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the bridge that Li Longji was looking at and said leisurely. Gao Lisher looked at the 2 of them and asked, Xiaobao, tell me the truth. Is that bridge charging people money? Yes, it's very cheap. It only charges 1 copper coin for 2 trips. If you only go once, you'll be given a certificate. You can use it whenever you want. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and admitted. He even explained how the copper coin would be split in half. Li Longji put down his binoculars and asked Zhang Xiaobao, You're lacking in money. What will the commoners think? Do you still want your reputation? Immediately tell the other side that they're not allowed to take money. If they've already taken money, just forget about it. That won't do. If we don't take money, won't we be wasting money? My family isn't lacking in money. Based on the current situation, we'll need 2 years to earn back the money we spent on the bridge. At that time, a portion of the money we earn will be used for maintenance, and a portion will be used to arrange houses at the bridgehead so that people can rest. My family isn't counting on this to make a fortune, but we can't not take it. In the future, all bridges will be like this. If it works, then we'll be building roads. Caravans will also have to pay tolls. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about Li Longji's glare. He had to take the money. Li Longji thought that Zhang Xiaobao would immediately comply. He didn't expect him to refuse. He opened his mouth and was about to give another order when Gao Lisher said, "Xiaobao, there has to be a reason, right? Since you're not lacking in money, why are you still taking it?" "Of course there's a reason. My family isn't lacking in money, but that doesn't mean that everyone isn't lacking in money. Many merchants want to do good deeds, but once they invest the money, they'll have to pay maintenance fees every year to repair the bridge and roads. It's fine if the business is doing well, but if it suddenly goes bad, then the bridge and roads will gradually be abandoned. If they're like me and let the passers-by pay a bit of money, then even if the merchants don't have money in the future, they'll still have tolls to maintain the bridge and roads. Besides, this money should be collected. There's a boatman sitting on both sides of the bridgehead who ferries on the canal. He collects money when he ferries. Now that there's a bridge, he doesn't need to ferry anymore. He can just sit on the bridge and collect money. When the time comes, he'll have a share of the money. It's not much different from ferrying people. Without this bridge, wouldn't it cost money to take a boat? It costs even more. That's why many people would rather take a detour than pay to cross the river. It's cheaper for us, especially for those who travel frequently. It's only 20 copper coins a month and 200 copper coins a year. It's so cheap. Zhang Xiaobao was planning to charge the toll to the end. Wang Wan chimed in from the side. Isn't that so? If we only think about doing good deeds, how can we let the merchants who suffer losses lose the ability to do it again? Xiaobao and I are preparing to earn back the money we spent on the bridge. When we earn more money, we'll continue to use the money to repair bridges and roads. We'll gather the wealth of the world's travelers and build roads for them. This time, Li Longji didn't say anything. He didn't ask Zhang Xiaobao to cancel the toll. Instead, he thought about what the two of them said. At this time, the boat had already reached the bridge. The people on the bridge had already been cleared. What if someone spat on the bridge? Li Longji raised his head and looked at the metal chains and ropes. He felt that what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said was right. If it were another merchant who said this, he would think that he was quibbling. Were there merchants who didn't care about money? However, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said it, no one would doubt it. They really didn't lack money. Every year, they took out a large sum of money to build the infrastructure. It was impossible for them to count on collecting bridge and road tolls to make a fortune. Gao Lisher was also considering this problem. He was tempted by what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said. Yes, a merchant who didn't ask for anything in return wouldn't last long. Was there even 1 in 100 merchants? Thus, he said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, if what Xiaobao and Cuckoo said is true, there will be more people who are willing to build bridges and roads in the future. Then, there will be no need to worry about Great Tang's roads not being smooth. Countless merchants will take the initiative to build bridges and roads. In a few years, there will be roads and bridges everywhere in Great Tang." Li Longji nodded. If the imperial court really had to fork out money to build so many roads and bridges, the imperial court wouldn't be able to afford it. Even if they could, they wouldn't be able to maintain it. Thinking that he had more or less figured it out, he was just about to agree when he suddenly thought of a crucial problem. He asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Then what if many merchants build roads and bridges just to make money? Won't the wealth of the commoners be earned by them? Take this bridge of yours for example. You can recoup your capital in 2 years. I don't think anyone would build a bridge on the Yellow River, right? They won't be able to afford it, so they can only build it in a place like this. What if they deliberately raise the price? In a moment, I'll pay the taxes and write a document. As long as the road and bridge fees are earned, they will be paid to the local authorities first. However, this money will be paid directly to the capital, and the local authorities won't be able to embezzle it. In this way, it will take a longer time to recoup the capital. With such a heavy tax, it will probably take 4 years to recoup the capital. After recouping the capital, they will still have to continue paying taxes, and the transportation fees will be reduced. I'll write this clearly in the contract. When the time comes, His Majesty will be able to gather a large amount of money and use this money to do other things. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to think too much to know how to deal with this problem. Wang Wan added, "Indeed. The only problem is that no matter how good a policy is, it still needs people to carry it out. For example, concealing the truth of the matter. Once there is enough money, many officials are even willing to take the risk of being executed." Hearing the two's words, Li Longji sighed. He agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's point, but he was also worried about Wang Wan's point. That was indeed the case. Who could guarantee that the officials wouldn't be greedy? They would always have a wishful thinking, even if they knew that they could be executed. Unable to come up with a solution, Li Longji looked at Gao Lishir. Gao Lishir had his own considerations. He said, "Your Majesty, you can let many officials who don't have positions walk around the place. One is to monitor whether the roads and bridges have been built, and whether they have received money. The other is to find a job for them. If someone wants to bribe them, it's also fine. Your Majesty can let different people walk around the place every half a month to see if they can afford it. You can even use this to link it to an evaluation. It's like the officials in the county supervising each other. As long as someone is found to be doing this, they can report it and get a chance to be promoted. Although it can't be completely stopped, it will definitely have a good effect. Occasionally, you can send people to check it out. When the time comes, you can kill a few to make the officials more obedient." In truth, Li Longji had already approved of this plan, but he still asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Is this plan feasible?" Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "If we can harden our hearts and kill them, we won't have to fear that too many officials will make mistakes. What we fear is that we will corrupt them from the root. The imperial court will have to consider favors. For example, if a certain general or official who has made great contributions does something wrong, the imperial court won't be able to kill them directly. That would be the most dangerous. We have to kill them. No matter who pleads for leniency, we won't allow it. Let's try it out in the various rivers of Jiangxi province first and see how it goes. After that, we'll promote it to the entire Great Tang. Let's start with you all. Write a plan for collecting taxes on the Iron Chain Bridge." Li Longji wasn't muddle-headed. He didn't plan to promote this plan to the entire Great Tang, but he wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't do it. How much money would that cost? If he could earn it, why wouldn't he? The national treasury was indeed much better than before, but it wasn't easy to start a war. Besides, there were many other things that needed to be done, such as the construction of the canal. Zhang Xiaobao nodded in agreement. Collecting taxes was fine, but he didn't expect to make money on the bridge. Moving forward, the true source of income was the markets on both sides of the bridge. Those were tax-free, and the imperial court wouldn't care. After resolving one of his worries, Li Longji turned to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and asked, "How many bridges can be built on the Yellow River? You all will fork out a portion, and the imperial court will fork out a portion. If it really isn't possible, the imperial court can also fork out the money. After all, your family has been spending a lot recently. That depends on what kind of bridge it is. If it's like the one on the Yangtze, it won't be possible to build it. It just so happened that someone was causing trouble over there, so a bridge was built. If no one is causing trouble over here, do you want to change the course of the Yellow River? How many things would that delay? Even though there's a bridge on the Yangtze, compared to the losses back then, the current income is too little. Zhang Xiaobao was worried that Li Longji would want to build such a bridge. How much money did he spend back then? Who would change the course of the river for no reason? Wang Wan also added, if it's an iron suspension bridge, it's still possible. Just choose a narrow place and build it. However, compared to the canal, it will cost more money. If the imperial court isn't in a hurry, after the autumn harvest, Xiao Bao and I can raise the money to do this. How do you raise the money? Li Longji was still worried about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He was afraid that they would make life difficult for their families because of the money they had to fork out. Tubo, Japan, and Xinyuan Island. Tubo is finished today. We can use food to exchange for a lot of resources. With resources, there's money. Japan is waiting for the silver ore to be shipped back this time. Xiao Bao is also going to make a move. There's silver and gold over there. Including Axian Luo, the people from Axian Luo are now playing games with Li Yu in Changning County of Ciizhou. Their purpose of investing here is not pure. They want to cheat. Xiao Bao and I have given Li Yu ideas. Next, it's time to counterattack. Don't think of taking advantage of us for no reason. Wang Wan pointed to the west, east, and south as she explained to Li Longji. Li Longji suddenly understood. That's right, Xiao Bao is still scheming. He didn't scheme against the people of Great Tang, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't scheme against other countries. If one didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao did to the surrounding countries, it would be easy for people to think that Xiaobao was only a so-so in terms of economy and didn't have any good ideas. It was because of this comparison that people understood that Xiao Bao or the experts of the Zhang family were thinking about Great Tang. There were many things that they couldn't do, but were unwilling to do. Thinking of this, Li Longji suddenly felt a little embarrassed. It's not good to always ask you to fork out money, right? It's fine. As long as His Majesty agrees to let us work hard to open a bank, a bank, it's fine. If His Majesty allows us to operate the bank as usual, we will take care of the bridge of the Yellow River. Zhang Xiaobao was originally worried that someone would snatch the bridge from him. Now that he had found an opportunity, it was worth it even if he had to fork out 1,000,000 strings of coins to repair the bridge. Besides, he didn't need to spend that much money. What bank? Li Longji had a vague feeling that things weren't that simple. Now that he heard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan casually mention something, he had to think deeper. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could only selectively tell Li Longji and Gao Lishir about the bank. The purpose was to facilitate business transactions, promote economic prosperity, reduce transportation costs and risks, and at the same time, earn some money to support their families. Now that the price of cotton had risen, Xiao Bei and the others hadn't made new clothes yet. After hearing this, Li Longji eliminated the previous few tasks of serving others. The one that left the deepest impression on him was to earn some money. He didn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were willing to fork out so much money to repair the bridge just to earn some money. Their past was still vivid in his mind. How did they get the good farm in Fengzhou? How did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each have an official? How did the east of Jinchuan and the west of Great Tang, including the desert, become Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's territory? Thus, Li Longji didn't directly agree. Instead, he said, "Let me think about this. Find Bai Go and the others. I have something to ask. Then we'll go back. We still have to cook." Wang Wan dragged Zhang Xiaobao and left. After the two left, Li Longji waited for Old Man Pai and the others to arrive. He was thinking hard about the relationship between the Yellow River Bridge and the bank. When he turned his head, he saw Gao Lishir looking at the scenery in boredom. He asked, "Lishir, do you know what's going on with the bank?" Why do I feel that something is wrong? Listening to them, they don't earn much. Is that true? Gao Lisher thought about it and replied, Your Majesty, I don't think it's that simple. Perhaps they can earn a lot of money, but I know that no matter how much money Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan earn, they don't spend much on themselves. Li Longji responded. At this time, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao arrived. Chapter 757. Old Man Pai didn't hide anything and directly told him about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan setting up a bank in Baoxing County. Old Man Yao also echoed, It said that the bank will be very useful in the future, but Xiaobao and Cuckoo didn't say anything. I've asked them twice, and they both said that we'll know when the time comes. Li Longji was now more concerned than the tolling of the bridge and Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanting to build the Yellow River Iron Chain Bridge. The tolling of the tolling had already been decided, and they just had to wait and see the results. The bridge on the Yellow River was nothing more than money. Setting up a bank was new, and they didn't know the final use of it. Lisher, can you ask them? Li Longji couldn't figure it out himself, so he sent Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher was in a difficult position, but he still seriously thought about it and shook his head, I might not be able to. Maybe Xiaobao and Cuckoo haven't perfected it yet, or else they would have said more benefits. I'll ask them later. Yao Chong suddenly said, Your Majesty, why don't we also set up a bank after Xiaobao and Cuckoo set up a bank and follow their method? No, Xiaobao and Cuckoo mean that they should set it up alone. It's best if no one else in the Tang Empire can set it up. Gao Lisher began to side with his godson. Old Man Pai also said, How is that possible? Do we have to write it down in the law? If others learn to set it up, let them do so, but the imperial court must not set it up. Unless Xiaobao and Cuckoo deliberately find it and say that it can be set up, then it can be set up in the name of the imperial court. Otherwise, it will be too late to regret once it's wrong. Li Longji understood Bai Go's words. It was because the policy was good, but once it was passed down, it was hard to control what the subordinates did. Especially when faced with a large amount of money, if the executor was greedy, he could check and take it back. If he lost it, it was useless to kill him. While the four of them were talking, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also chatting while cooking. There were too many people, so it was impossible for them to specially make stir-fried dishes. 2 people prepared to make wontons. This was fast. After the stuffing was done, they used a pair of chopsticks or a small piece of bamboo. Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of the live stuffing and the dumplings, while Wang Wan was in charge of the other supplementary ingredients. It was impossible for them to make the dumplings for Li Longji that were sold at street stalls with only some seaweed sprinkled on them and nothing else. Swish! 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 Zhang Xiaobao moved quickly and covered the room with a curtain. He asked Wang Wan, Didn't Wu Huifei send someone to look for you secretly? No, I told you when you looked for me. I don't know what she's thinking. Maybe she hasn't found the opportunity yet. I feel uncomfortable when I think of giving her the wonton I made. Should I put something else in it? Wang Wan said without turning her head. She was choosing pickled mustard greens that had been marinated for a long time. She had to use the most tender parts of the mustard greens. Zhang Xiaobao pulled down the curtain and continued wrapping the wontons. That works too. I'll make some croton powder. Then, we'll escape immediately. We'll go to Luzhou and start a rebellion. Li Longji must be very troubled. I think that's a good idea. It's impossible to taste the croton powder immediately. How about we put some diamond foam in it? Wang Wan chimed in. It's better to be careful. Don't let her get anything on us. Otherwise, we'll have to spend a lot of effort to deal with her. It's troublesome. Zhang Xiaobao did not continue with the conversation. It was impossible. Why would he want to harm Li Longji? The fleet continued to move forward. After a few days, they could see people repairing the bridge on both sides of the river. When they moved forward again, they finally saw the iron chain bridge. It was just enough time. Someone was laying planks on it. The further they went, the better the planks were. When they were about to reach Changning, there were already people walking on the bridge. In Changning County, Li Yu had been preparing for a long time. He wanted to bring Li Longji to Changning to have a look. Although Fan River did not flow through Changning, it was still more than 10 miles away from Changning County. Normally, the people who would welcome them along the way would be from Linfan County. If it were someone else, they would have given up when they saw the distance. However, Li Yu had no intention of giving up. He felt that his Changning County was the best. Although Linfan was in the center of the province, it was not as developed as Changning County. Currently, every family in Changning County had a new house. The roads in the county were well connected. It would be a pity if he did not bring Li Longji here to have a look. Relying on the fact that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also on the ship, Li Yu had an idea. In order to welcome Li Longji, he spent 50,000 strings of coins to decorate the ready-made house. It looked like a lot, but Li Yu did not feel bad at all. He spent most of the money on lanterns and curtains. He gave them to the residents in the county. After the lanterns were used, he folded them and put them away. They could still be used during the new year. He changed the curtains and made a quilt cover. The people who knew why Li Yu had so much money were the people from the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce. In order to monopolize the supply of pottery in Changning County, they signed 3-year supply contracts with several places in the county. They were very happy when they signed the contracts. They thought that Li Yu was stupid and did not think of this. In the end, they did not spend 150,000 strings of coins. They spent 120,000 strings of coins. They did succeed, at least within 3 days after the contracts were signed. They increased the local price of pottery by 50%. However, before they could be happy for a few more days, pottery from other counties came in and lowered the price by 40%. The team that transported the pottery was under Li Yu's banner. At that price, they signed 3-year contracts with other businessmen who wanted to open a kiln. Chairman Tian knew that the pottery was not only in Changning County, but it was expensive to transport it from other counties. In the end, he sent people to the neighboring counties and found that the pottery was not worth a single copper coin. Li Yu asked people to go to the neighboring counties to discuss with the officials and build a road for them. Then, he bought a place with pottery. What was most admirable was that once the road was completed, it would pass by the place where the clay was produced. In other words, Li Yu had spent money to build a road that was convenient for transporting clay, and he had gotten a place for free. In this way, the yamen in Changning County was rich, and so was Li Yu. The tax collected and the profits from selling the pottery could be used to decorate the county. At this time, Li Yu was waiting for the arrival of the fleet. He had sent people to check in advance. He was excited and worried. It was not that he had never seen Li Longji before, but that meeting was different from this one. This time, he was meeting with political achievements. Little Chong, you must keep an eye on the people in the county and the outsiders, especially the foreigners, including the businessmen. You can't make any mistakes. You did a good job exchanging the road for the land. You've already paid back the money you used to build the road. This time, I'll let you do it again. It's up to you whether it succeeds or not. Li Yu said to Little Chong, who had just returned from making arrangements in the county. Little Chong puffed out his chest and promised, "Don't worry, sir. I've already arranged for people to protect the emperor. No one will come within 1,000 steps of him." Li Yu felt sad when he thought of this. He had too few subordinates, only 400. He was not like his brother Li Sun, who could have as many subordinates as he wanted. It was not a problem to have a few thousand subordinates. After all, he had been adopted as the only son. Plus, he was rich, so he was treated differently. Seeing Li Yu in a daze, Little Chong continued, "Sir, should we find a few people to disguise themselves as commoners and put in a good word for the emperor? Well, think of a way to contact Zhang Xiaobao and ask him." Li Yu hesitated and said. Chapter 758. Li Yu was busy preparing to welcome the emperor. The people in the county were also looking forward to it. "The emperor, it is already a blessing for you to come to the county." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan really became full-time chefs. They cooked for the important people in the team every day. In the end, they just ate hot pot or barbecue every 2 days to save time. Gao Lishir did come to ask Zhang Xiaobao about opening a bank. Zhang Xiaobao could tell his godfather some truth, but he didn't say too much. He just said that the bank would be helpful to the entire Tang Empire in the future. As for what kind of help it would be, he only revealed that a bank could be opened all over the Tang Empire and that it would be enough to make silk, the currency, gradually withdraw from the market. Gao Lishir, who originally thought that he was very smart, didn't understand why silk could be withdrawn from the market with a bank. When they were about to arrive at Linfin, Gao Lishir finally summarized what he heard from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He found Li Longji, who was still unwilling to stay in the cabin, and ran to the deck to take a good look at his country. Bai Go and Yao Chong, who weren't invited at the beginning, were also beside him. Even Old Man Chang, Zhang Jiuling's former butler, was allowed to come. It wasn't because of Zhang Jiuling, but because Old Man Chang was close to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If he wanted to understand Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan more, he had to start from the people around them. He had to be able to tell Li Longji everything. The people in the inner courtyard of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally couldn't tell him everything. Because they were traveling along the river, the most they could see on both sides of the river were the banks and the rice paddies in the distance. Some of the paddies were slightly yellow, while others were still green. Li Longji held the binoculars in his hand and couldn't get enough of it. He was satisfied with what he saw and wanted to share his happiness with others. He said to Bai Go, Yao Chong, and Old Man Chang, "Look at the Tang Empire. In less than a month, it will be golden and the people will live a good life." In the past, if they knew that the imperial treasury was already very rich, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao would definitely flatter them. However, they had always been by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's side, so they naturally knew that even if the imperial court was rich, it did not mean that every commoner was rich. There were rich people, and there was no lack of poor people. This was especially true for the poor. They could only eat a mouthful of rice. They were far from reaching the point where every family could have a new house and eat meat for every meal. Not to mention how much savings he had. Even if there was a family in Zhuangzi whose food was moldy and whose money was rotten, they did not share it with the people around them who still needed to dig up some wild vegetables to fill their stomachs. Thinking of this, Old Man Pai could not follow Li Longji's words. Instead, he asked Li Longji, "Your Majesty, what kind of life do you think is a good life for the commoners?" Li Longji really did not know how to answer this kind of question. Everyone had a different definition of happiness. After thinking about it, Li Longji said, "I think that if the commoners have clothes to wear and don't starve, that is a good life. Oh, if they can build 2 more rooms so that it is not crowded, that would be even better. We can't let the commoners eat and wear the same clothes as us. What does official Bai think?" Old Man Pai still did not follow Li Longji's words. He asked again, "Your Majesty, where do you think the commoners are living the best life now?" "Naturally, it's Sanshui County. Although I haven't been there, I've seen the model. Every family there has a good house. As long as the commoners want to eat meat, they can eat meat. If they want to eat fish, they can eat fish. Even the prawns in the sea can be eaten if they are willing to spend a little more money. Don't tell me all the commoners in Great Tang are like that. Li Longji said this without thinking. He did not know the specifics of Lu Zhou's situation. It was the same in Shuzhou. However, Sanshui County was close by. Moreover, there was a model. He could find out if he wanted to. After saying this, without waiting for Old Man Pai to say anything, Li Longji suddenly understood and said, I understand. Sanshui County is not only good in terms of food and clothes, but also because all the children there can go to school. Moreover, they don't need to pay for medical treatment. It's a good thing. It can be said that it is the best county in the world. However, not all places in Great Tang can be like Sanshui County. After all, there is only one Zhang family and one Wang family. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are only a couple. We can't let all the local officials reach their level. Li Longji's eyes were filled with yearning as he spoke those words. If all of the regional officials were as capable as the Zhang clan and Wang clan, he would be able to lead his troops into battle and conquer even more territories. When he saw that he had achieved his goal, Old Man Pai said, Your Majesty is right. We should let the people of Great Tang be like Sanshui County. It may seem difficult, but it's not. As long as we can produce more food, and as long as there are more people raising poultry and livestock, the price of things will naturally fall. Moreover, Zhang family and Wang family are currently looking for places to plant and cultivate medicinal herbs. In the future, many people will naturally benefit. If we want to succeed, we will succeed. If we don't, we will cripple. Everything is like this. Lord Bai, what you said is what this subject wants to say as well. Old Man Yao chimed in from the side. He had the same idea as Old Man Pai. He wanted Li Longji to be more concerned. He did not think that the people of Great Tang were living a good life just because they had more food and more money. The goal could not be set so small. There had to be a comparison. Sanshui County was the real good life. The two of you are too kind. I understand. In the future, I will be strict with the officials and not be soft-hearted. Li Longji thought of what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said the other day. Any good policy needed to be implemented by people. He had already decided to send more people to patrol various places. He had to constantly send people to every place. If the people patrolling later found that a place had made a mistake before the previous patrolling person arrived, then the previous patrolling person would also be unlucky. Although there were many people sent and the expenses were high, no matter how high the expenses were, it could not compare to the amount of money that local officials could get from corruption and accepting bribes. If they did not take bribes and sell a part of the national resources at a low price, it would be enough to support the salaries of the patrolling people. When Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao saw that the emperor was so easy to talk to, they were happy. They flattered him together and began to talk about the autumn harvest today. At this time, Gao Lishur came over and looked at Li Longji. Seeing that Li Longji was in a good mood, he said, Your Majesty, I have asked Xiaobao and Cuckoo. After thinking for a few days, I have a rough idea. I can tell you now. Oh. Is it about the bank? After Gao Lishur said this, Li Longji remembered that there was such a thing. He had almost forgotten about it in the past few days. Yes. Xiaobao said that as long as the bank is opened in the future, our dynasty will no longer need to use silk as money. After all, the damage of silk is too great. In order to ensure the status of silk, the imperial court has already taken out a lot of money to balance it. Also, silk accounts for a certain proportion of the rent collected. The amount of silk lost every year is the imperial court's loss. Moreover, we have to spend extra money to think of ways to not let the silk go moldy so quickly. In the long run, the Tang Empire will not be able to bear it. Gao Lisher explained the disadvantages of using silk. In fact, even if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not mention it, everyone knew that using silk as a currency was very inconvenient. A bolt of silk was always used as 200 copper coins. It was not so comfortable to transport it. If one wanted to buy something that cost 500 copper coins, they had to carry 3 bolts of silk. What if they were drenched by the rain? What if they were roasted by the sun for too long and became brittle? Furthermore, if they were to use 3 bolts of silk to buy something that cost 500 copper coins, the other party would have to give them 100 copper coins. Nowadays, the common people were not willing to accept silk. If not for the imperial court's order to force the sale of silk, no one would accept it. Hearing Gao Lisher's words, Li Longji nodded. Then, Lisher, did you ask how to solve this problem? Our dynasty has very little copper coins and very little gold and silver. Other than silk, what else can we use as money? We can't possibly use money like in ancient times, right? Or cast iron coins. Naturally, we can't cast iron coins. There are many skilled craftsmen nowadays. Even the Kaiyuan Tongbao is cast with copper, not to mention iron, which is even cheaper than copper. Unless we use steel to make it. Gao Lisher first rejected the idea of using iron to make money, then said, Xiao Bao said that he is gathering the best craftsmen in Tang. As long as no one makes trouble, he and Cuckoo can increase Tang's national strength by several times in a short period of time. They say that they are copying the Industrial Revolution model. This subject doesn't know what the Industrial Revolution model is, but I feel that it should be very powerful. The model of the Zhang family and Wang family has never been simple. Therefore, this subject intends to send more craftsmen to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They must be flexible and not inflexible. When Li Longji heard that the national strength could be increased by several times, his interest was piqued. Suddenly, he remembered that this was not what they were talking about, so he changed the topic and asked, Previously, you were talking about silk. What does it have to do with the Industrial Revolution? In reply to your Majesty, it has to do with it. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo want to use industrial products as their currency. It will be difficult for others to imitate them. In the future, they will not use silk as money, and they will not release copper coins and gold and silver. This subject doesn't think that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo can't do it. What this subject is worried about is that once they make a currency to replace copper coins and silk, won't they be able to make as much money as they want? In addition, the banks are under their control. How will the imperial court control them? This was the key point that Gao Lisher had thought about for a few days. It was only Xiao Bao and Cuckoo who suggested this. If it was someone else who suggested it, he would have directly ordered people to arrest them. If money was not controlled by the imperial court, then it would be chaotic. Who would rule the world? Today, he suggested this because he wanted to see if there was any way, because Xiao Bao did not say what to do next. When Gao Lisher said this, not only was Li Longji shocked, even Old Man Pai and the other 2 people gasped. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's idea was too bold. Could it be that they wanted Tang dynasty? Your Majesty, this subject thinks that we should ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to come over and ask them clearly. Perhaps there are other things that they haven't said yet. Old Man Pai was worried that the emperor would punish Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in a fit of anger, so he reminded him. Old Man Yao also said worriedly, this subject thinks that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan won't do that. Otherwise, this subject wouldn't have told General Gao. After Li Longji recovered from his shock, he was not as angry as Old Man Pai and the other 2 people thought. He still believed in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 2 of them had always put what they wanted to do on the surface and never avoided it. Occasionally, they would calculate and exchange with each other. It was just a game, and there was no harm to Tang dynasty. After hearing Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao's words, he said, "We'll ask again when we eat. There's no need to think about who will be in charge of the money. I think that Xiao Bao will be in charge of the money. Now that I'm not the only one in charge of the casting of the copper coins, Zhang Xiao Bao will be in charge." When Gao Lishir and the others heard this, they felt that it was right. Now that the emperor was not in charge of making the money himself, he would be exhausted to death. Similarly, he would let others take care of the matter and supervise each other. In the future, if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to make money, he would let them do it and let them make money for the imperial court. After feeling relieved, the few people looked at the surrounding scenery again. There was an iron chain bridge in front of them. Along the way, they had seen several of them. The only difference was that today, other than the iron chain bridge, there were many people gathered on the other side of the bridge. Some were carrying poles, some were carrying baskets, and some were carrying baskets. Children were running around, and adults were talking to people there. With Qian Li's eyes, they could see clearly. There were many people doing business there, but there were no houses. They just put things on the ground and shouted from time to time to attract people to take a look. They were either using money or bartering. It was very busy. To be precise, it was a mess. Fortunately, there were people patrolling there. Occasionally, they would let people who were not in line with the other stalls move back. This is a market. Old Man Chang, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. After saying this, he looked nervously at the emperor. He did not have an official position, so he could not speak casually. Linfen County's Fangyang Village's farmers' market. Li Longji saw the banner above the place where the group of people were. These were the words written on the banner. "Your Majesty, I will send someone to ask. Also, Li Yu is waiting in front. He said that he wants Your Majesty to go to his Changning County to take a look. The development there has been good recently." Not knowing what the farmer's market was, Gao Lishir began to ask people. At the same time, he did not forget to mention Li Yu. "Oh. Eldest brother's fifth son. Well, let's go and take a look." Li Longji agreed without hesitation. In fact, Li Yu was the sixth son. However, because his elder brother was adopted by someone else, he became the fifth son. Very soon, the people Gao Lishir sent to gather information returned. At this time, the fleet had stopped at the bridge. Li Yu had already brought many people to wait on the shore. The eyes of the guards swept back and forth, as if they were looking at an assassin who wanted to assassinate the emperor. Li Longji did not disembark immediately. It was almost time for dinner. If he disembarked now, he would be hungry when he reached Changning County. He planned to eat first. He could not stay long. At most, he would go this afternoon and stay in Changning County for the night. Tomorrow, he would have to come back and continue to go to Jinyang. Li Longji had not seen Li Yu for a long time. He ordered someone to call Li Yu over while he listened to the report of the person who went to inquire. "Your Majesty, the farmers' market over there is a tax-free place for local farmers and craftsmen. It's held on the 5th day of every month. The previous one was on this side of the bridge, and the next one is on the other side of the bridge. The crossing fee is very cheap, and there is no management fee. According to the people who are doing business, even if it's not on the 5th day, people who are free will still come here to buy their produce. Many people say that this place is good. Without the bridge, it would be inconvenient to travel. In the past, when they had a lot of food, they would have to carry it to the county. It would take 10 days to half a month to get there and back. Unlike this market, it's quite a distance away from the county and there is no tax. Therefore, people are willing to come here. There is also a market further away. Hearing the words of the person who went to inquire, Li Longji did not say much. He nodded to show that he understood and continued to wait for Li Yu to come. It did not take long for Li Yu to come with Little Worm. The other officials in Changning County were not summoned, so they could not follow. They could only wait for the emperor to come ashore. Only then would they have the chance to see him. Little Worm could come because he did not want to see the emperor. He came specifically to see Zhang Xiaobao and wanted to learn from Zhang Xiaobao. After all, they could be considered acquaintances after meeting once. As soon as Li Yu saw Li Longji, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed. This was not the etiquette of an official meeting the emperor. It was a family etiquette. Seeing Li Yu like this, Li Longji happily let him stand up. He said, You haven't seen me in 2 years, right? Yes, more than 2 years. I have been working in the county for these 2 years and have never gone back. Li Yu respectfully sat on the side and answered. Li Longji looked at Li Yu carefully again and said, Why did you lose weight and become darker? I have been busy in the county recently, so I have to keep an eye on the outside to avoid being schemed against. The people in the county are waiting for me to lead them to a better life. It is hot outside with the wind and the sun, so it is natural for me to become darker and thinner. However, I am in better shape than before. Speaking of this, Li Yu seemed to have made a great contribution. He could not help but reply proudly. Li Longji really did not know what Li Yu was doing here. Hearing this, he asked curiously, Who dares to scheme against you? I will teach him a lesson later. Did the registrar and deputy disobey? Even though he knew that Li Longji was joking, Li Yu was still happy. He answered, It is not my officials. It is a foreign merchant who wants to cheat me of the county's resources and money. They want to turn Changning County into a place where they can get resources for free. They are from Xinluo and are related to the Four Seas Academy. We have to be careful. Oh. Were you cheated? Li Longji's interest was piqued when he heard the word lie. Recently, he had been talking to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. His words were not ordinary, especially when it came to the matter of the bank and the Yellow River Bridge. Who knew how many secrets were hidden behind it, so he was very interested in lying. Li Yu gently shook his head, leaned forward, and said in a low voice, I was almost fooled. What I mean is that we shouldn't use our status to suppress economic matters. After all, it's impossible to solve all problems with administrative means in the future. I was lucky that the other party asked me to pay 50,000 strings of coins. I did not have that much money at that time. I happened to hear that you were building a workshop with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo in Shinsai County. Last time, during my birthday, you gave me 10,000 strings of coins. This time, I wanted to borrow more, and then you met Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. You got a good idea from them. Li Longji did not care that Li Yu was changing between the words me and nephew. When he heard what he said, he continued. That's right. Then Li Yu began to tell Li Longji everything that had happened since he met Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Li Longji and the people around him were all stunned. After he finished the story, Li Yu said, Now I have more than 30,000 strings of coins. The account in the yamen is 10 times more than before. After this year's autumn harvest, I can pay more rent to the court. I don't think the people from the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce can do anything. Besides, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are here. I will ask them what to do in the future tonight. The others nodded and agreed with Li Yu. The people from the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce could not do anything. How could they be fine after meeting Zhang Xiaobao? They would probably take revenge later. Everyone knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were like this. When they attacked their opponents, they would give them a chance. The Qianshi Chamber of Commerce got such a chance. If they did not use the contract to exempt other merchants, they would follow the contract and not take revenge. But since they did, it showed that they were up to no good. Naturally, they had to be taught a lesson. I see. Xiao Bao and the others still have time to care about you. Did they ask for anything from you? Li Longji was very surprised. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very busy in Buxin County. They had to carry out local construction, watch the tourist area, and deal with the people in Xinsai County. When they were building the workshop, they had the time to scheme against the Qianzhi Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, it seemed that they were not troubled by the complicated contract at all. They continued to set up a trap and put the 150,000 jingles of the Qianzhi Chamber of Commerce in Changning County. This was too amazing. It was like the remote command in Tubo. Once the plan was out, the others would follow step by step and predict the enemy first. However, he did not know what benefits Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would get this time. The two of them could not have done this for nothing, right? When Li Yu heard his uncle's question, he was stunned. After thinking about it, he realized that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not ask for anything, so he replied, "There is no other benefit for me to give them. They said it was a friendship sponsorship. When the time comes, I just want to return the money they took out. They did not even ask for shares. I was just thinking if I should give them more when I return the money. No request. That's strange. How can there be no request? Don't return too much when you return it. Can you trust Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's words? I'm looking for someone to discuss whether the two of them are scheming. Remember, even if you don't see what they are up to now, it doesn't mean that they don't have plans in the future." Yes, that's it. Maybe they were already scheming when they helped you. Don't underestimate them. Otherwise, you will be foolishly helping others count the money when you are sold. Li Longji did not believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not have any ulterior motives. They had already suffered a lot. How could they give away Fengzhou, which was a good place for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, which others would not want to go to? They had underestimated Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and sent them there. The more he thought about it, the more certainly Longji was that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had set their eyes on Changning County, which was so far away. It was just that they did not see it yet. Yes, I can't let them succeed. When they are ready to be promoted after the autumn harvest in Baoxin County, I can't send them here. There is no place for them in Ciizhou. Li Longji made up his mind. In fact, he did not want to harm Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He just thought that it was fun to play this kind of game with them. The more you want to do something, the more I won't let you do it. I want to see what else you have not used. Li Longji did not say what he was thinking, but Gao Lisher, who was good at observing people and knew him very well, could guess what he was thinking. He reminded him, "Your Majesty, maybe Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wanted you to consider it, so they asked Child Yu to come here and welcome you. It's a scheme within a scheme. It's just like when they said they wanted a ranch in Jiannan province, but they did not train people to withstand the cold. Their target was the cold land in Hebei province. In the end, after some discussion, we gave Fengzhou to them. They immediately organized people to run the ranch there. We have to be careful." This time, Gao Lisher had to think for Li Longji. It was not that he was unwilling to side with his adopted son, but if he did, Li Longji would lose even more. He could not keep losing. Li Longji was stunned by Gao Lisher's words. He nodded and said, "Yes, we can't be fooled again. It's troublesome. Let's not talk about this first. Since you're here, I want to ask you something. Is it good or bad that there is a farmer's market here, and we don't have to pay taxes?" Here. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo asked people to do it. Good, of course it's good. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will not harm the people. Li Yu followed Li Longji's gaze and knew that it was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who did it. He immediately agreed. How could they not do it? Haven't you thought about it? If the people do business here and don't pay taxes, how can the county earn money? Li Longji asked again. Li Yu understood. It turned out that he was thinking about this matter. If it was in the past, he would not have understood. But now, there were many merchants in Changning County who did not have to pay taxes. At first, it seemed that the county's income had decreased, but in the end, it was more than before. I don't think it's a big deal. There are many tax-exempt merchants in Changning County, more than Linfen County. However, the income of Changning County, where I'm from, didn't decrease. Instead, it increased by more than 10 times. It was the same in Changning County. When merchants came to recruit local workers, they had to pay them wages. With wages, the people would want to live a better life and buy things in the county. Those who could not afford to eat meat would have extra money to buy meat back home. There were more things to eat, so the merchants had to bring more things over. This part was not tax-exempt. It was the same in Linfen County. In the past, because it was far from the county, it was inconvenient to travel and delay the work. The people would rather let the things produced in the fields rot than to sell them. Now that they have sold their goods, their lives are better and they need more things. In this way, Linfen County's tax would only be higher, not lower. This way, they would give up one part of the tax in exchange for the people not wasting resources. They would increase the flow of goods and thus increase the consumption. They would then increase the tax from another part. Li Yu summed up these words himself. In the plan that Zhang Xiaobao gave him, every step was explained to him so that he could be more flexible. After seeing this many times, he naturally developed the habit of thinking from this perspective. Li Longji was happy and praised Li Yu. Good, Yu has learned a lot. You can do more things in the future. This is the importance of economic means. In the past, many people looked down on merchants. But now, because there are more merchants, the speed of the flow of goods can be faster and thus more tax can be collected. Good, in the future, you have to communicate with Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo often. Learn more and ask more questions. After you have taken care of Changning, I'll arrange more important things for you to do. Nephew understands. Li Yu nodded in response. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had no idea that they were being watched, were cooking and answering Xiao Chong's questions. It was not easy for Xiao Chong to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the kitchen. He had to change his clothes and was forced to take a bath. His fingernails were cleaned and his mouth was pried open to see if there were any false teeth. What if he brought in poison? After being tormented for a while, Xiao Chong was finally let in. Even so, there was still someone standing at the entrance of the kitchen, staring at him. This was all because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had recently stopped allowing others to test their food for poison. When they brought the food over, the two of them would eat it together with Li Longji. If they were poisoned, everyone would be poisoned together. No one would be able to escape, so there was no need to worry about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It would be different if an outsider came in. Young Master, Master Li has already ordered people to plant willows and bamboos according to your instructions. He also bought the grass and the stalks after today's autumn harvest. What's the next step? Xiao Chong stood there obediently, not daring to move closer to the pot. Zhang Xiaobao's plan was ruined after the planting of the willows, so he had to ask about the next step. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been cooking every day and were tired of it. Today, they planned to do something simpler. They first made the braised pork, then stewed it with eggplant, green onions, carrots and other ingredients. Unfortunately, there were no green peppers, tomatoes or potatoes, so they could only use other ingredients to replace them. Zhang Xiaobao put a cabbage into the pot and looked at the fire. He stopped and wiped his hands on his apron. He said to Xiaochong, "Things will be simple in the future. There are only so many people in the county. Those who have land will find odd jobs when they are free. Digging and mining require manpower. Weaving also requires manpower. There will definitely not be enough manpower. What if there is not enough? Outsiders will come to Chengning to find work when they see an opportunity. It doesn't matter if they are permanent residents or come to Chengning to find odd jobs when they are not busy. They will all spend money in Chengning. When the time comes, you just need to organize them well. Remember, don't let the locals bully the outsiders, and don't let the people who hire them deliberately lower their wages. It's best to set a standard. When the county has more money, there will be interns and doctors from Dei Hospital coming here to open a clinic. You can count the locals in the county and give them free medical treatment. Also, you can open a school. Every year, there will be a lot of graduates, enough to teach the children. I don't need to say more, right? No need to say more. I know. Actually, I should have thought of this myself. Xiaochong agreed. There was nothing else to say. It was just another place where the people in the county could live better lives. The county could pay more taxes to the court. Those who should leave their names would do so, and those who should work harder would do so. However, Xiaochong couldn't see how Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could benefit from this. In terms of reputation, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already famous enough. In terms of money, the two of them didn't participate in this, so they couldn't make any money at all. With that thought in mind, Little Worm asked the question. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei smiled and said, "We'll talk about the future later. Not everything needs to be repaid. How can we avoid fortune and misfortune when it comes to the survival of a country?" These words made Xiaochong suddenly feel that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were like saints. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that they couldn't help Li Yu for free and not ask for anything in return. Wouldn't that be stupid? They were just thinking about the long term. The stew took a lot of time. By the time the people on the other boats had started to eat and Xiao Bei came over with a hungry stomach, the stew was ready. Xiaochong didn't have the right to eat with them, so he could only eat with the people on the boat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ordered a large pot of stew to be placed on the table where Li Longji was going to eat. Everyone had their own bowl. If they wanted to eat, they could have someone serve them. The main dish was steamed rolls and a few small salted vegetables. Li Longji still didn't find anyone to accompany him. For example, he hadn't seen Wu Huifei for several days. During the meal, Li Longji didn't ask for anything like not talking while eating or sleeping. They just talked and asked what they should. This led to the question of Zhang Xiaobao's future plans to issue a currency. "Xiaobao, tell me, what do you plan to use as a currency in the future? Make it difficult for others to copy and release." Li Longji felt that the stew was too bland, so he asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao had been waiting for several days, wondering when Li Longji would ask. Now that Li Longji asked, he replied, "Your Majesty, there's something called alchemical fire oil. It's possible to make something else from it. This subject isn't skilled enough and only knows the general idea. I need more craftsmen to cooperate with me. At that time, if this technology isn't released, no one will be able to copy it. I estimate that it will take several years. Also, when the banks are more or less established, a temporary solution is to find a special dye and use this dye to leave patterns on specially pressed paper. This will replace the current cloth and silk." When Zhang Xiaobao said this, he glanced at Wang Wan. Wang Wan continued, "The place where the money is made has to be separated from the place where the money is issued. The place where the money is made doesn't care how the money is used, only the amount is controlled. The people who issue the money are not allowed to do the same. When the time comes, we'll use Zhang Xiaobao's and Zhang Xiaobao's businesses as a trial. We'll use that kind of money to buy things from Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang family stores. At the same time, the banks can use copper coins to exchange for other people's money. Right now, the value of copper coins isn't as high as the value of the currency it produces. When the time comes, no one will be willing to use copper to make money. Also, there can be a restriction on the items sold by Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang family's businesses. That is, they can only use paper money to buy things, including daily necessities and luxury goods. If possible, we can work together with other merchants. The imperial court also collects paper money when collecting taxes. Other than Xiaobei and the others who didn't care about such a big matter and worked hard to fill their stomachs, everyone else put down their chopsticks and thought carefully about this matter. After thinking for a while, Old Man Pai spoke first. Do we have to use the goods sold as a guarantee? Can't we just use copper coins as a guarantee? This question hit the nail on the head. What was used as a guarantee was very important. In other words, it was the gold standard or the copper standard. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had also discussed this issue. If it was the gold standard, the most likely possibility was that the gold would be suddenly exchanged by people with bad intentions. At that time, there would be a shortage of gold, forcing the people who issued the currency to give up on the exchange of gold and change it to a free market form of currency exchange. What did that mean? It was very likely that people would use financial means to reduce the value of the newly issued currency, making the currency worthless. This would cause people with paper money to want to use the fastest speed to exchange for the money. In this way, the more they exchanged, the less valuable the money would become and the lower the value. When the time came, people with bad intentions would use this opportunity to buy and sell copper coins from the banks. Then, they would privately produce copper coins to exchange for paper money. If they used the paper money to buy things or pay taxes, would the shops and the imperial court accept it? What kind of currency would they accept? Therefore, this definitely wouldn't do. Zhang Xiaobao then explained the situation to Li Longji and the others. Li Longji's chopsticks trembled as he listened. Although he was usually very calm, at this time, his forehead was sweating. Old Man Pai and the others did not have a good time either. They all felt that their mouths were dry. After a while, the charcoal under the pot that kept the stew warm gradually went out. Only then did everyone recover one after another. When they looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan again, the look in their eyes was even more different than before. Li Yu rubbed his numb face with his hands and said, "It's all thanks to Xiaobao and Cuckoo that they are from Tang. It's all thanks to us." Even if the others did not say it out loud, they admitted it in their hearts. If they were from another country, they would naturally not help Tang solve the problem of the cloth. The scariest thing was that they hid their identity and opened a bank to lure Tang's imperial court to use copper or gold to stabilize the value of the paper money. When the time came, they would use the method that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said, and Tang would be in chaos. Since such a terrible thing had not happened yet, it could be avoided. Gao Lisher pondered for a while and then asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, are you saying that we can use goods to stabilize the value of the paper money?" "No, we can't do that with goods because our goods also require raw materials. If the supplier of raw materials changes the price of the paper money, especially when the price of the paper money rises, there is a possibility that the paper money will be affected by other people. We can use technology to maintain the value of the paper money. By gradually releasing the technology for civilian use, we can let merchants use the paper money to buy things. They will take the initiative to protect the value of the paper money. This is because they don't want others to have this technology. Monopoly is the only way to make money. In order to maintain the value of the goods produced by this technology, they have to take the initiative to protect the importance of the technology. Naturally, they have to protect the value of the paper money. Therefore, good craftsmen who can participate in all kinds of research have to sign a contract with the imperial court. They are not allowed to leak the information, and they will even lose their freedom before the technology they are researching becomes outdated. Of course, this period will not be too long. It could be 3 years or 5 years. At that time, they will regain their freedom and receive a large amount of compensation. Zhang Xiaobao chose technology as the exchange rule to balance the value of the paper money. Is 3 to 5 years really feasible? Gao Lisher asked again. Chapter 759. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, no one continued to ask. Before they had eaten much, Li Longji and Wei Wei nodded and began to eat. The others also followed suit. Otherwise, if they waited for the emperor to finish eating, the meal would be over. They couldn't possibly let the emperor wait for them to eat, right? Xiao Bei and the others did not participate in the matters of the adults. While others were talking, they were diligently eating. At this time, they were already full and ran off to play elsewhere. After playing, they still had to go back to do homework and consolidate what they had learned in the morning so that they could listen to the story the next day. Although no one spoke, it did not mean that they did not think about this matter. Old Man Pai had been with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family for the longest time, so he had more contact with things than the others. He always felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had spent so much effort to come up with this plan. After such a long time, they did not dare to open banks everywhere immediately. It was definitely not as simple as just replacing silk and copper coins. Although this new currency was indeed a big deal, it depended on who came up with it. Now, there were also flying coins used in large transactions, all relying on the reputation of the merchants. If it was just like this, Zhang Xiaobao would not be Zhang Xiaobao. Could it be that this currency has a greater use? Can it be of more help to the Tang Empire? Old Man Pai thought as he ate a few mouthfuls. Beside him, Old Man Yao was also thinking hard about this problem. What was the difference between this currency and the copper and silk coins of the past? It looked the same, but it was just a replacement. It made the loss of the silk disappear, but he always felt that something was wrong. The meal was finished in such an atmosphere. Just as he ordered the dishes to be cleaned up and replaced with tea, Zhang Shuo was not in a hurry to return to his cabin to deal with official business. Instead, he asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, is there any other benefit to replacing copper and silk with paper money that you haven't mentioned? If that's the case, the copper coins don't need to be replaced and can be depreciated. Others will see that there's no profit and won't fake it. When Zhang Shuo asked this question, his eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He was afraid that the two of them would not answer. Who asked him to have a conflict with the two of them? Zhang Xiaobao was not that petty. Political conflicts were normal as long as they did not affect the livelihood of the people and were not direct attacks. It was not good to have only one voice in a country. It was easy for problems to arise. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's question and seeing the surrounding people looking at them, Zhang Xiaobao looked at everyone once and signaled to his godfather. Gao Lisher hurriedly drove the palace maids, eunuchs, and bodyguards to one side. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao so cautious, Li Longji and the others couldn't help but feel nervous. Just what kind of danger was it that made Zhang Xiaobao not even tolerate palace maids and eunuchs? After carefully looking at everyone and feeling that there was nothing wrong, Zhang Xiaobao said, Lord Zhang asked a good question. This matter is not just a matter of replacing. The first is to change copper and silk from currency to resources needed in daily life. The value of silk will decrease. By doing so, the people will be able to have more clothes to wear and more utensils to use, satisfying the needs of the people of the Great Tang. This is an extremely important matter. Does Lord Zhang agree? Zhang Shuo nodded in agreement. Zhang Xiaobao continued to lecture the crowd. In truth, it is to let the people get used to using paper money. Of course, if small amounts of paper money are easily damaged due to circulation, when the steam press is made, we can use iron to press them. This way, we can reduce the amount of money that can be recycled. Just like silk, once it was worn out to a certain extent, the imperial court would collect it back through taxation and would never release it again. The money that was stamped out, if it was made by hand without a stamping machine, would be very laborious. The amount of fake money that could be made in a day would be less than what a craftsman would earn with normal work. This way, no one would be bored enough to make fake money for fun. The benefits of using paper money are that it is easy to carry around, and it is also very convenient to deposit and withdraw money from banks. If the people are willing to use money to buy all kinds of things instead of using things to exchange for things, the imperial court will be able to save a lot of trouble when it comes to taxation. Lord Zhang, do you agree? Yes. Zhang Shuo nodded in agreement. Indeed, if all transactions were done using the same type of paper money, taxation would be much easier. After all, if someone used 2 jin of eggs to buy salt from a merchant, the imperial court would collect a few eggs as tax. If they didn't collect it, they would have to collect the merchant's money. A merchant selling salt not only needed to sell salt, but also other things. This was the case now. It was truly chaotic, and the price of eggs was not always the same. Today, 2 eggs were 1 copper coin, and tomorrow, 5 eggs could be 2 copper coins. Thus, local taxation was also very unstable. There would be more and less, and it was very difficult to control. The others expressed their agreement. At this time, Zhang Juling asked, "Is there anything else besides this? If this works, Xiao Bao and the others will have done a great service. Then let's talk about the bank." With the appearance of paper money, transactions are convenient, but there still needs to be a corresponding organization to help keep it. For example, if you want to do business and need 10,000 strings of coins, then the biggest note is 100 strings of coins. It is very easy to lose, so you can save it and keep it in the bank. In the early stage, the bank will continue to keep the silk and copper coins, and also be responsible for the exchange of gold and silver. In the later stage, it will not be like this. In the early stage, the bank will still need to collect a certain amount of money as a storage fee, but when the paper money comes out, there will be no need to collect a storage fee. When you deposit 100 strings of coins, when you withdraw it, it will also be 100 strings of coins. This time, the one who spoke was not Zhang Xiaobao, but Wang Wan. She told everyone about the matter that she and Zhang Xiaobao had discussed. When everyone heard this, they couldn't immediately ask. They needed to understand the process. After thinking for a while, no matter how much they thought, they couldn't understand why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would open a bank without collecting any fees. Could it be that they were just doing a good deed? Now, there were also places that specialized in exchanging copper coins, but when exchanging, they would need to collect a sum of money. With this kind of doubt, Yu Wenrong, who had also come over, asked. "If you did as you said, wouldn't you lose money? Even pawn shops would have to lower the price." Right now, the places that specialize in exchanging copper coins wouldn't lose money even if they didn't collect any money. This is because they would use a portion of the money to do other transactions. This is borrowing other people's money to do business. They just need to worry about not losing money. There is a very common calculation method here. After the deposit and withdrawal stabilizes, there will be a portion of the money that will never be taken out by others. Unless there is a currency crisis and someone runs on the bank, then this portion of the money will belong to the bank. The bank can directly take it out to do business, and can also lend it to others with interest. This is what we want to talk about later. In the end, not only will the people who deposit the money not have to spend any storage fees, they will also be able to receive interest from the bank. However, this interest will be much lower than the interest from the bank, because the bank will have to bear the risk of lending out the money. Zhang Xiaobao explained the benefits of the bank. When the surrounding people heard this, their eyes widened and their mouths fell open like Weiwei's. Then doesn't that mean that if you open a bank, a lot of money will belong to you? Yu Wenrong asked. Yes, of course. Otherwise, why would anyone open a bank? This is a matter of personal interest. At worst, when the time comes to establish a national bank, the imperial court will also earn a bit. There are also things that are beneficial to the Great Tang. By adjusting the reserve funds and interest rates, the value of the Great Tang's goods can be affected. For example, if my reserve funds are only 40% and I have 2 million strings of coins, then I can lend out 2 million strings of coins this year. Some of this 2 million strings of coins can be used to invest, while some can be used to buy things. In that case, the Great Tang will have an additional 2 million strings of coins. The value of the goods will definitely rise. If 2 million strings of coins doesn't have much of an effect on the Great Tang, then what about 12 million strings of coins? This way, the price of goods can be adjusted, so how can the price of goods fall? One reason is to increase the interest rate of the loan so that people will borrow less. However, this has its disadvantages as well. It might not really cause the price of goods to fall. One reason is that the profits of the bank will decrease, and the other reason is that the borrowers will transfer this portion to the goods, causing the price of the goods to rise. Thus, at this time, the interest rate of the deposits has to be increased correspondingly. Otherwise, inflation will rise too quickly, and the currency in circulation will become worthless. Wang Wan explained a little more. Just like before, everyone fell silent and pondered. This time, it was Li Longji who asked. From the looks of it, the depositors will have more money in the end, and the borrowers will allow the bank to have more money. However, the copper coins and silk that should have been used as currency no longer exist. Doesn't this mean that the value of money will become less and less, but it will still continue to inflate? Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Your Majesty is wise. That is indeed the case. However, this inflation is the inflation of the entire Great Tang. No one will lose anything, and it will also accelerate the development of the economy. The value created is definitely more worth it than the danger of inflation. If there is no mistake, the overall situation is the same. Li Longji nodded. Thinking about it, that was indeed the case. Zhang Xiaobao continued, another advantage is that we can issue national bonds, which means we can borrow money from the people. When the time comes, the interest will be higher than normal deposits, and the country will have money to do other things. When the time comes, for example, 3 years or 5 years, we can return the money to the people with interest. Then, what if the country loses money when it uses the money to do something? For example, in terms of infrastructure, there is no profit to be made. Li Longji tried to keep up with the pace. Infrastructure will never lose money. When there is a direct monetary loss, there will be compensation through taxes. As for investments, it doesn't matter as well. We can just borrow more money to return the money to the people and continue to raise the interest rate. As long as the interest rate is higher than the bank deposit, the people will be willing to lend money. Your Majesty, you just said that the currency is always inflating. If we continue to borrow money, the money that the people receive in the end might not be as valuable as before. If we continue to develop in this way, perhaps some people will feel that we are always owing people money and that there will be problems one day. This is why Cuckoo and I need so many craftsmen. We can make better use of resources. Right now, every moo can produce 4 dan of grain. As we continue to research, we can produce 10 dan of grain per moo. This will inevitably lead to the depreciation of grain. As long as the technology can keep up, the depreciation of the currency is actually the depreciation of the goods. The final result is balance. In other words, by increasing production, we can use the depreciation of the goods to offset the depreciation of the currency. Zhang Xiaobao had to say more, even though it wasn't easy for others to understand. After waiting for the tea to be changed, Zhang Shuo thought it through and said, in other words, as long as it is a non-physical currency, it will have to face depreciation. If we don't want problems to happen, we have to work hard to develop that productivity you spoke of. That is to increase the output of the land and make better things. But there will be a day when we reach a certain level, right? For example, if we dig up all the coal, all the alchemical fire oil, and all kinds of mines, what will happen to our descendants? When that day comes, there will naturally be more ways. We don't have it here, but there may be more on the moon. Oh, it's not easy to collect from the stars. Let's talk about what's in front of us first. We can collect less from ourselves and go to other countries, such as Xinyuan Island, Japan, and Xinluo. Zhang Xiaobao felt that Zhang Shuo was still not good in this aspect, because Zhang Shuo didn't expect that one day, people could casually go to the moon and wait for the resources to be depleted. The technology would be more advanced, and they could expand. Moreover, no matter what the resource was, the process of depletion was always balanced. In other words, there was no such thing as a non-renewable resource. The so-called non-renewable resource was because the technology had not reached that level. Otherwise, it would be like the black hole that was created after a star exploded. Why would everything only exist in the form of mass? It meant that any material could be converted into another. The black hole could also create a new star. This was the process of exchange. It was believed that the technology would reach that day. At this point, everyone felt that there was nothing more to ask. They could only wait and see if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan opened the bank and see if it was as they said. Li Yu also timely proposed to go to Changning County. Li Longji really wanted to see what Changning County had become. If Li Yu didn't say that it was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who gave the idea to do something there, Li Longji really wouldn't go. But as long as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were involved, Li Longji couldn't help but want to see with his own eyes if Changning County had really become prosperous. If so, it meant that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to be protected well. Because the two of them were more valuable than hundreds of officials. They could easily make a place prosperous. What was there to worry about in the Tang Empire? Besides, Wang Wan could fight. Since Li Longji was on the move, the people he would be protecting naturally wouldn't be Li Yu's few subordinates. The Golden Guards would have to follow him, and the other guards couldn't be left out as well. In order to protect Li Longji, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan even transferred 30 people from the Zero Squad over. The two of them were fully armed and accompanied Li Longji. Those who didn't know would think that Li Longji was doing this to get close to them. Because no matter how much older they were than children of the same age, they still didn't look mature. No matter how one looked at them, they still looked like children. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan still had yellow hair around their mouths. Who would have thought that these two children would have such strong fighting strength? Not only could they fight against one of Li Longji's personal guards, but they could also command them. Li Longji also thought the same. With the two children by his side, they could numb people. Old Man Pai and the other two also had to go. They were in charge of looking after Xiao Bei and the others. There were also many guards. When Li Longji got off the ship, the officials here thought that he was going to the provincial capital. They were both happy and worried. They were happy because it would be good for the emperor to go. He could improve his reputation and let the emperor see them. They were worried because they didn't make any preparations. If something went wrong, not only would they not be praised by the emperor, they might not even be able to keep their heads on their necks. However, the result disappointed them. They were also glad that the emperor didn't plan to go to Linfen. Instead, he planned to go to Changning County. The fleet left, and the people who were doing business looked on curiously. There were merchants who wanted to take advantage of the fact that there was no tax to be collected, and when they saw the flag of the fleet, they immediately knew who had come. They were nervous and excited, and showed off their knowledge to the people who were looking at the fleet curiously, telling them that the current emperor had come. After knowing this, the people were dumbfounded. If the emperor was going to go, he should have cleared away the people around him. Why was the emperor here when they were still doing business? Was he not afraid of encountering danger? When they thought of this, the people suddenly felt moved. The emperor didn't clear away the people here. This meant that the emperor trusted the people here and trusted them. Li Longji didn't know that asking Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to arrange a trip would win the hearts of the people. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did it on purpose. At this time, there were no missiles or sniper rifles. Who could hurt the people on the ship? It was better to let the people know how much the emperor trusted them. If it was someone else, they would have cleared them away long ago. Li Yu deliberately prepared a car that he thought was very luxurious for Li Longji. In the end, Li Longji didn't get into his car at all. Instead, he got into the car that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan prepared for him. This kind of car was more comfortable. In order to let Li Longji gain more sincere hearts, Zhang Xiaobao removed the roof of the car and turned it into an open one. It was convenient for Li Longji to see the scenery outside, and the people outside could faintly know where the emperor was. Of course, there were many people in plain clothes who entered the crowd, especially those who didn't look like the people of Tang. The people of Tang were very loyal, and no one wanted to kill Li Longji. Li Yu was sweating profusely. He was worried that some kind of danger would suddenly appear. Following beside Li Longji, he moved closer to Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Xiaobao, do you want to kill me? What if uncle is frightened? What should I do? How can he be frightened? What's more, even if something unexpected happens, His Majesty won't be frightened." Who is His Majesty? He's the emperor who dismounted to rule the country and pacified the people. Zhang Xiaobao said in a loud voice. Hearing this, Li Longji was very happy. He chuckled and said to Li Yu, don't be afraid. Even if something small happens, it has nothing to do with you. Besides, I have Xiaobao and Cuckoo by my side. Look, the people are so peaceful. Li Longji was still holding the binoculars in his hand. He looked around, and none of the people came forward. Someone took the lead and shouted, "Long live the emperor!" and knelt down. The commoners also followed suit and knelt down. This made Li Longji feel even more comfortable. He even waved at the commoners around him, even if they couldn't see him. The speed of the team was not fast. It would be dark by the time they reached Changning County. Li Yu followed them and was worried. At the beginning, the three people led Xiaobei and the others. From time to time, they would tell Xiaobei and the others about the situation here. While they were walking, Zhang Shuo came over and said to Old Man Pai, "Sir Bai, how about we think about the matter of the bank that Xiaobao mentioned?" "Oh. What else is there to say? Haven't we already asked what we need to ask?" Old Man Pai was puzzled. "No, I suddenly thought of something. Many of the countries around us are using our money. If the bank opens and new banknotes come out, the other countries will exchange a lot of the banknotes. When the time comes, they will suddenly come to buy our things. Our prices will suddenly increase. When prices increase, money will naturally depreciate. What should we do? Don't we sell our things to others? For example, Tubo. They use their things to exchange for our money. Then, they let people spread the news that our money is worthless and that we should use copper coins. At the same time, they keep buying copper coins. Then, they use copper to make our Kaiyuan Tongbao to exchange for a large amount of banknotes. Using banknotes to buy things, wouldn't that be a mess? Now, I reckon that many people have thought of this method. It's all Zhang Xiaobao's fault. If he wants to make a game, just make a game. Why does he have to teach others other skills? Zhang Shuo said nervously. The complaint in his words was very obvious. He originally wanted to tell Li Longji, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were there. Therefore, he found Old Man Pai and wanted to tell the emperor this through Old Man Pai. Old Man Pai listened to Zhang Shuo and looked at his expression. When he finished, he said, "You're right. I'll mention it to the emperor later. But I think there's no need to worry. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will take care of this matter." Old Man Pai obviously knew what Zhang Shuo was thinking, but he still agreed. After all, he also didn't know what to do when faced with such a situation. After the team left Linfen County and entered Changning County, Li Longji's view immediately changed. The most direct thing he saw was a wide road that extended forward. He nodded and asked Liu, "What's the matter? Did you specially build this road to bring me here?" "No, this road was also going to be built. But since you're here, I built it first. This place can be connected to Linfen County. There's also the Fengshui River there. It's convenient to build a road for transportation." Li Yu answered honestly. Li Longji knew that it was actually because of him. But after all, this road was built first, so he asked, "Did it mess up your arrangement in Changning County?" "No, it didn't mess up at all. You'll know when we move forward. There's going to be a bamboo processing workshop here. The things from Linfen County can be processed faster and it'll give the people in Linfen County who can't find part-time jobs a place to work." Li Yu continued to answer. "That's good. Since Xiao Bao gave you the idea, you'll have to do it properly," Li Longji said with satisfaction. "Yes, I'll do my best," Li Yu answered respectfully. At this moment, Old Man Bai also came over and told Li Longji about the matter that Zhang Shuo had mentioned earlier. Li Longji turned to look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao sighed. He wanted to take a break, but now there was another problem. "Your Majesty, Wang Wan and I have already considered this matter. We're just afraid that they won't use our money. It'll be better if they use our money. When the time comes, we'll make a rule that only our money can buy our things. If our things are better than theirs, they'll ship their goods here to sell. Tubo is only a small country, so they won't be able to cause much of an impact. Even if they don't have money, we can sell them national debt and let them use resources to exchange for it. We can also use the form of land leases. In any case, the Tang dynasty's currency must be popular in the surrounding countries. We can let them not use the Tang dynasty's money and not the other country's money. If a country's currency is controlled by another country, what do you think the consequences will be, Your Majesty?" Zhang Xiaobao couldn't understand. Did the people of this era not have any ideas in this aspect? "I understand. The consequences will be that if two countries use the same currency and we don't give them money, their daily lives will be troublesome." This time, it wasn't Li Longji who spoke, but Li Yu. Wang Wan also spoke. "What do you mean by not giving them money?" "It's us printing more money to buy things from them. We'll buy their things and then sell them things at a higher price. Do you understand now? Especially when it comes to national debt. As long as our productivity develops faster than theirs, our ability to withstand financial fluctuations will be stronger. Even if we depreciate at the same time, their country's losses will be greater. The more they buy our national debt, the more they will lose. When the time comes, we'll use our technology to produce things and sell them at a higher price. This is a form of plunder. Liu nodded. He pondered for a moment and asked, then what if they also have their own money? Do we have to exchange money with them? Of course, we have to exchange. Zhang Xiaobao said. Then what if they just casually print money? Liu asked again. That is, originally, they used 5 copper coins to exchange for 1 copper coin of ours. Now that they have printed more, they use 10 copper coins to exchange for 1 copper coin of ours. Do you understand what I'm saying? If they really dare to do that, they'll be finished. Actually, even if they don't do that, they'll still be finished. As long as Cuckoo and I open up the bank, they won't be able to do anything. Zhang Xiaobao was very much looking forward to that moment. He would be able to display his abilities and wouldn't have to restrain himself like he did now to not make a move against Great Tang. Li Longji was also listening. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he asked, Xiaobao, are you saying that once you open up the bank and produce paper money or something similar, you can make a move against the surrounding countries? What effect will that have? Wang Wan replied, it can cause a country to completely collapse. It can cause its people to lose their hearts and morale. It's that powerful. Li Yu was shocked. Good, good. We must open the bank as soon as possible. We will be waiting for that day to come. When the time comes, we will send troops to attack. Li Longji believed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's words. Wang Wan continued, Your Majesty, when that time comes, you won't be the one sending troops. Instead, you'll have to defend. The other side will definitely attack. This is a way to divert the internal conflict. If they don't fight, they'll really be finished. If they fight, there's still a chance. As long as they defend, it won't take too long. In just 2 years, they'll be finished. If Xiaobao uses some tricks, perhaps it won't take 2 years. In 1 year, they won't need to send troops. They can use economic means to take over the land. That's right. When the time comes, we can just buy land from them. If their people don't have land, they'll have to leave their own country and run to other countries. We'll send people to reorganize them. In the future, they'll be Tang's citizens. Zhang Xiaobao continued. Li Longji was stunned. When he looked at Zhang Xiaobao, he suddenly felt like he was meeting Zhang Xiaobao for the first time. He had never heard of such a thing. This was what it meant to subdue an enemy without a battle. His economic means were so powerful. Old Man Pai wiped his sweat and turned to report to Zhang Shuo. When he saw Zhang Shuo waiting, Old Man Pai said, Lord Zhang, you're worried. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's abilities are not something we can predict. The thing we're worried about is Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's trump card. The group continued to move forward. The scenery around them was getting better and better, but Li Longji was no longer in the mood to enjoy the scenery. All he could think about was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had said. He was constantly thinking about taking over more land, but after the war in Tang, it was impossible to continue fighting. They didn't have enough people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be recuperating. However, if it was like what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had said, and they didn't need to send troops in the end and could occupy the land through economic means, why not do it? The more he thought about it, the more difficult it was for Li Longji to calm down. When the sky gradually darkened and torches were lit, he couldn't help but say to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, immediately arrange for the money bank. There's no need to wait for the future. Make the preparations now. Wherever you want to open the bank, you can choose any craftsman you like. You must quickly produce money that can't be counterfeited. The 2 of you will be in charge of this matter. If anyone tries to stop you, the 2 of you can decide for yourselves. We only want to hear the result. Li Longji had truly gone crazy. He didn't care how much trouble Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's bank would cause. He gave the two of them a lot of authority, and the meaning behind his words couldn't be any clearer. That was, no matter who tried to get a share of the benefits and tried to stop them, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could kill them first. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan glanced at each other. They had been waiting for this moment. They had finally obtained authority, but this bit of authority wasn't enough. They needed more strength. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, the matter of a bank and money production isn't that simple. It requires a lot of cooperation. Furthermore, this subject doesn't know who to report to when the time comes." Hearing that there were still difficulties, Li Longji closed his eyes and thought for a while. He said, "As long as it's related to a bank and money production, the two of you can do it. Even if you need to use some land, just bring it over. Who do you want to report to?" "Naturally, it's to us." "Alright, this subject will definitely do it well. It will take at most 5 years, but at least 3 years," Zhang Xiaobao said happily after receiving the authorization. Li Longji really wanted to hear Zhang Xiaobao say 3 to 5 months, but he also knew how difficult it would be. At the very least, he didn't know how to do it now. He could only wait. Fortunately, he was still young and could afford to wait for 3 to 5 years. After entering the county, Li Longji saw countless lanterns and colorful flags. Only then did he put his thoughts back on this trip. He had Li Yu show him around and talk to the local officials. Seeing that it was getting late, he didn't ask Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to continue cooking. Li Yu had already prepared the food. In the beginning, Li Yu wanted to make more food, so that it would look very sumptuous. However, after contacting Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the two of them told him that he shouldn't do that. It didn't need a lot, just something special. The emperor couldn't eat too much. Li Yu trusted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, so he did as they said. Sure enough, when they were eating, Li Longji praised Li Yu for being frugal and not wasting anything. Li Longji praised Li Yu for being frugal and not wasting anything. Night fell. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan no longer had to follow Li Longji around. They returned to their temporary courtyard and told Xiaobei and the others a story. After that, they washed up and lay on the bed. The two of them had not slept on a bed for a long time and were not used to it. They could not fall asleep immediately. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao's arm over and rested her head on it as she asked, "Xiaobao, now that you've gotten the authority, what's the next step?" The window was still open, and they could see the crescent moon outside. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the crescent moon and replied, "What else can we do? Tell Lu Zhou to get in touch with the surrounding provinces as soon as possible. Tell them to learn from Lu Zhou's method of construction. If they want to be quick, we can lend them some money first or invest in them directly. However, if we invest in them, they'll have to exempt us from taxes for at least 2 years. Naturally, the excuse is to set up a bank there. If we don't make the local economy flourish, how can so many merchants be willing to go there? If the merchants don't go, the bank is useless. When the time comes, if any official dares to stop us, no matter who they are, we'll deal with them. If we want to open banks all over Tang, we'll have to open restaurants all over Tang. We have to keep up with our business. Only then will we be able to minimize the impact when we have to withdraw large amounts of money from other regions." That's good as well. We'll have to hurry. It's best if we can get the other merchants to join us. Otherwise, we won't be able to do that with our financial resources. It'll be even better if we can get the local gentry to join us. If we run out of money when the time comes, we can ask them to fork out a portion of the money to pay for it. Wang Wan added. Both of them knew what would happen to the Zhang family and the Wang family once this matter was settled. Zhang Xiaobao yawned. All right, we'll make the arrangements when we set off tomorrow. Bring Li Sun and the other merchants who are working with us along. However, we won't let them interfere with the bank. We can only let them follow us to the restaurants and supermarkets. Chapter 760. When Li Longji opened his eyes, he saw Wu Huifei dozing off beside the couch and Gao Lishir looking as though nothing had happened. Gao Lishir was the first to react. He hurriedly called the palace maids and eunuchs over to serve him while he went to arrange breakfast. Wu Huifei was also alarmed. Just as she was about to greet him, she was stopped by Li Longji. Beloved consort, you must be tired from last night. Why don't you take a nap first? In fact, Wu Huifei had already taken a nap beside the couch, but she didn't sleep well. It seemed that everyone in the imperial palace, except for the emperor, had mastered the ability to sleep at any time and wake up at any time, and it was difficult for others to notice. Seeing that the emperor had woken up, Wu Huifei prepared to ask about what happened yesterday. She wanted to know what could make the emperor and the ministers so happy. Your Majesty, this concubine isn't sleepy. Your Majesty's complexion is so good today. Did you have a good dream? Wu Huifei couldn't directly ask the emperor what he said to them yesterday, so she could only beat around the bush. Li Longji didn't think too much about it. While the others were busy, he took Wu Huifei into his arms and said happily, I didn't have a good dream last night, but I felt like I was in a dream during the day. Ah! Could it be that your Majesty didn't rest well yesterday? It's all this concubine's fault. Wu Huifei said in shock. No, it has nothing to do with my beloved concubine. I had a good rest yesterday. Li Longji chuckled. Wu Huifei snuggled in Li Longji's arms and patted her chest. She asked curiously, could it be that your Majesty saw immortals yesterday? Yes, although I didn't see immortals in the heavens, I saw little immortals in the mortal world. They were Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Hearing Wu Huifei's question, Li Longji became even happier. In the future, he would just have to wait to take over other people's territory. Wu Huifei looked at Li Longji helplessly and said, how can your Majesty say that Xiaobao and Cuckoo are immortals? No matter how great their abilities are, it's still your Majesty's kindness. What new ideas did they come up with? Yes, this is our benevolence, not only to them, but also to the people of the great Tang. Yesterday, the two of them mentioned a major matter. At this point, Li Longji intentionally paused and looked at Wu Huifei, waiting for her to ask. Your Majesty, what's the big matter? Quickly tell me so that I can be happy with your Majesty. How could Wu Huifei not know what to do? She immediately acted coquettishly. Li Longji enjoyed Wu Huifei's reaction and continued, the two of them want to open a bank. It's like this. Without holding anything back, Li Longji told Wu Huifei about what Zhang Xiaobao had told Wang Wan yesterday. After he finished, he had a smug look on his face. Wu Huifei was shocked. No matter how capable she was, no matter how big of a situation she had seen, she would never have thought that a bank could do so many things, and even destroy a country. At first, she only thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to open a bank to make money, but now she knew that there were so many people behind it. This was not ordinary. From what she heard from the emperor was very concerned about this matter. If she directly found fault with the two of them, the emperor would definitely be unhappy. Wu Huifei had been thinking about how to use this opportunity to attack Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. For example, she could mention to the emperor that Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo wanted to take the Great Tang's money to their own families, and that they had bad intentions. Now it seemed that this plan would not work, because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had talked about the pros and cons, and they did not intend to take a lot of money for their own families. Otherwise, it would have been better not to talk about it. Your Majesty, Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo are really different. They can come up with such a vicious idea. Oh, no, such a useful idea. I just don't know if it will work. Wu Huifei's evaluation of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan was indeed vicious. If they were not vicious, how could they come up with such a plan? The surrounding countries might not have thought that someone in the Great Tang was going to attack them. Li Longji also admitted that Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo's plan was vicious, but that was only for outsiders. It was good for the people of the Great Tang. Hearing Wu Huifei's words, he smiled and said, "It may be a little troublesome, but I have already given them the authority. As long as it has to do with opening a bank and printing money, they can do it themselves. When the time comes, they can just tell me. Whoever tries to stop them will be dealt with. Your Majesty is really a good emperor. I think Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will do their best to do this. But Your Majesty, if there are too many people who oppose or want to take advantage of this, will Your Majesty really let them deal with them?" Wu Huifei suddenly had an idea, so she said to the emperor. "Of course. Whoever stops them will be dealt with. Well, I am hungry. My beloved concubine, eat with me." Li Longji had made up his mind. His stomach suddenly growled, and he walked to the restaurant with Wu Huifei in his arms. Wu Huifei thought as she walked. If the benefits of the bank are released, there will be many people who want to take advantage of it. No matter how powerful Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are, if they offend too many people, will the emperor be able to protect them? Besides, the people who want to take advantage of it can be the princes or the aristocratic families. Well, this matter bypasses other departments. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are directly responsible for the emperor. What will Zhang Shuo think? What will the officials of other departments, such as the Ministry of Revenue, think? Let's see if they can work together to deal with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. There's no need to do anything to the two of them immediately. As long as we delay them, they won't be able to open the bank and print the money. Then, in 3 to 5 years, as long as they don't make any achievements this year, the emperor will definitely be angry. The more Wu Huifei thought about it, the more she felt that an opportunity had come. The smile on her face became more and more brilliant, making Li Longji think that Wu Huifei was happy with him. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know that Wu Huifei was thinking of a way to scheme against them. In fact, the two of them already knew that the battle with Wu Huifei wouldn't be easily extinguished. One was to defeat Wu Huifei, and the best would be to have Li Longji throw her into the cold palace. This idea was probably very difficult to achieve. There was no need to say how much Li Longji valued Wu Huifei. Otherwise, he wouldn't always want to remove Empress Wang and let Wu Huifei take the throne. Since this didn't work, they could only distance themselves and make Wu Huifei feel that they couldn't do anything. That way, things would be easier. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been paying attention to Wu Huifei recently. Unknown dangers were the most difficult to guard against. In the morning, they ate with their younger siblings and left them to study in the inner courtyard. The two of them went to arrange things. Otherwise, the two of them would be teaching Little Bei and the others in the morning. They were too busy today. Under the discussion of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, letters were written and sent to various places. They even sent a letter to the front line of Tubo's Jinchuan. This was a major matter. If they made a move, they would have to make a move as well. Otherwise, someone might have taken advantage of them. Lu Zhou's matter was of the utmost importance. Hence, there were more things to be done. They could make a move on Xinyuan Island now. They still had to persuade the merchants from other places to continue exploring the sea. Wang Wan rubbed her wrist that was sore from writing letters as she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Aya, it's almost noon. Let's go. I think Li Longji should be leaving soon." Zhang Xiaobao was so tired that his head was buzzing. there were too many things to consider. Even he and Wang Wan could not finish everything after working the whole morning. They still had to wait until the evening to think about it. When he heard Wang Wan's words, he put down the pen in his hand and said, "Just hang in there. We'll be fine after a few days. Lu Zhou hasn't sent any letters for half a month. I wonder how the munitions factory is doing. They can already make rear-firing bullets, but they're still lacking in terms of guns. I hope they can hurry up." Even if they did not use copper coins, they still had to prepare more gold and silver. America had already left the gold standard, but they still had a lot of gold in reserve. Moreover, there was no harm in preparing some gold. One day, they would be able to use it in electronic circuits. If a country without gold and silver wanted to make good electronic circuits, they could only buy them from other countries. Now is a good time. Let's stop mining in our country and transport them from other countries. Fortunately, there are coal and oil. We can't mine from the sea. As our industrial revolution slowly matures, we can mine the land from other countries first. When will a large amount of oil be used? When our refining technology gradually matures, we must remember not to let people from other countries get their hands on our technology. When we were developing, other countries blocked our technology for a long time. Wang Wan agreed wholeheartedly. If they could keep it a secret, they should keep it a secret. It would be best if they could occupy more land while they were still alive. When the time came, they could mine all the good ores without restraint. They would do the same even if it was coal. Although coal was not valuable now, it was still the same. Xiao Bao, if someone really wants to take a share of the bank's business, do you think we should let them? It's easy to deal with one or two people, but if there are too many of them, can we really deal with them all? When the time comes, all the forces will join forces. Even Li Longji will have to compromise, right? Wang Wan suddenly thought of the problem that Wu Huifei also thought of. Zhang Xiaobao blinked and said to Wang Wan, "Deal, we must deal with them. We don't have to worry about many people going against us. After we deal with a few people, we will cooperate with other people who want to take a share. A bank is not a restaurant. You can open it with a little money. You need to have a part of the money first. I think that as long as a bank loan appears, there will be many people who are worried about not having enough money but have a way to get rich coming to get a loan. If they don't have a foundation, how can they get a loan? Not only do we have to pull others in, but we also have to pull the imperial court in as well. However, the businessmen who cooperated with us first can't be involved in the bank's business. If that's the case, it will make people suspect that we, who are close to each other, did something. It will be easy for people to use this as an excuse to attack us. However, after we open the bank, we can give a certain discount to those who have been cooperating with us and let them deposit their money in the bank. So that's how it is. Then, are we going to let others take a share? With our family's financial resources, it seems that we can't open banks all over Great Tang. At most, we can take a share of 10%. This is still under the constant transfer of funds. There is a time difference between opening banks. Wang Wan felt that her family's share of the bank was too small. If Li Longji wasn't in such a hurry, he could have done it bit by bit. However, Li Longji wanted to see results in a short period of time. 3 to 5 years was indeed a short period of time. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't anxious about this matter at all. He chuckled and said to Wang Wan, "What was the problem that Li Yu encountered at the beginning? Isn't it just raising funds and increasing shares? We can do the same. Even if we take a share of 10%, it will be more than other people. Who has more money than us? We don't care about the money from the imperial court, but as long as other people dare to fork out money, they might take more shares in the beginning. For example, if dozens of people fork out money for a region, we might not even be able to take a share of 10%. However, we can still continue doing other business, and we will earn more money in the future. Even if each of our banks only takes a share of 5%, it won't take long for us to accumulate a lot of money. Then, we can pool our money and invest in the banks one by one, diluting the shares of others. That's right, that's right. Let's do that. First, we'll open a bank and let Li Longji see hope. Then, we'll squeeze the shares of others bit by bit. Is there any other good method? Wang Wan asked excitedly. There is. There is another method. When lending money, there has to be a rule. Will they set this rule? If they really do it, the bank will easily lose money. After all, it's different from lending money in the past. We can take advantage of this loophole. For example, we can send people to look for projects and borrow money. During the estimation, we can make use of the rules. Originally, we can only borrow 1,000 strings of coins, but we can only lend 5,000 strings of coins and use the extra money to raise funds. When the time comes, we can declare bankruptcy and let the bank take back the project. In this way, whether the project is profitable or not, it doesn't matter. Or we can open a separate bank and strictly ask the local government to lend, increase the reserve ratio, and use the new bank to borrow from the old bank. Then, we can raise the interest a little. This is using the old bank's money to make money for our new bank. Zhang Xiaobao said another method. No. Why are you using such methods again? Wang Wan immediately rejected. That's right. I just said it. We can't go overboard even if we borrow the chicken to lay the eggs. When the time comes, we can try it in other countries. There are many other methods. I haven't used them for many years, and I'm itching to use them. Zhang Xiaobao reacted. He had an agreement with Wang Wan that he could not use too harsh methods on his own country. As the two of them chatted, it was time for lunch. The team was almost done with their preparations and was ready to set off after lunch. Li Longji called Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan over and asked if the two of them had done it. After getting an affirmative answer, he had a peaceful meal. Just as the team set off and walked halfway, many people from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came from Luoyang and found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Steward Zhang personally came and pulled Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan into a carriage. He got someone to bring over a large box and opened the lock with a snap for the two of them to see. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan became nervous the moment they saw it. There were many parts in the box, and the two of them were very familiar with the functions of these parts. The two of them even drew the blueprints for the production. It was built purely by hand. Paw. 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 It was quickly assembled. The parts in front of them were gone. There were 2 short guns and 2 long guns. All that was left were bullets and rods. After wiping the oil on his hands, Zhang Xiaobao touched the guns excitedly and muttered, "It's finally done. I didn't give the craftsmen so much money for nothing. Such good treatment. Although they don't have personal freedom for the time being, with this thing, who would dare to use force when we trade on boats outside? Why are you so happy so early? We still don't know the shooting range and accuracy. Can the effective range of a handgun be 30 meters? I don't think so. The same goes for a rifle. Can it shoot out 1,000 meters? Find some time and find a place to test it. Unfortunately, there's no silencer. Should we let Li Longji know?" Wang Wan poured a bucket of cold water on Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips. He also knew that this kind of weapon was not easy to make. Not only did it have to be made with good steel, it could only be made by hand. It was estimated that only a few could be made in a day. After saving up for a year and discounting the scraps, it would be good enough if they could form a team. Touching the handgun and the long gun, He gestured a few times and said, "As long as the trajectory of each bullet is not different, it's fine. At most, we can just get used to it and find the deviation when aiming. Who knows how many good steel pipes have been damaged by pulling the chamber. We can only make new ones. What about the bullets? It's not that easy to purify gunpowder. I estimate that 1 in 10 will fail." "Steward Zhang, did you send a letter saying how many people were injured while making the bullets?" Wang Wan wiped the oil off the handgun and covered the holster with her clothes. She inserted the handgun and disassembled the long gun and put it back. She asked Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang took out the letter and handed it to Wang Wan while saying, "The letter says that because they weren't familiar with it in the early stages, a few people were injured, but no one died. Little girl, can you let me see the power of this weapon? Then you can follow the team. When we reach Jinyang, Xiao Bao and I will find an excuse to go somewhere where there's no one and try it." Wang Wan took out the handgun again and stuffed the bullets into the magazine. After checking the safety and seeing that the firing pin could be blocked, she put it back in with ease. As for whether the bullets could misfire on their own, there was no need to consider this. It was impossible under normal circumstances. Unless there was an impact or it was too hot, there was no need to sell firecrackers. Steward Zhang thought for a moment and finally felt that he was still needed in Luoyang. He did not follow Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned, Li Longji even asked out of concern if something had happened at home. Zhang Xiaobao casually found an excuse to brush him off. How could Li Longji know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had returned with an additional weapon? In addition, the two of them also had something in their backpacks that could shoot further than ordinary bows and arrows. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't hold it in any longer. They wanted to find a chance to test the gun. Speaking of which, the range of a handgun wasn't as good as that of a crossbow. If it was accurate, it would be able to shoot down a person within 100 meters. If it was accurate within 50 meters, it would be able to take down a person with one arrow. The only advantage of a handgun was that it could fire continuously and was convenient to carry around. Everyone returned to the boat and the team continued forward. At this moment, they were not far from Jinyang. They would definitely reach their destination in another 10 days, and this was even when the boat was not moving that fast. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not have much time to accompany Li Longji to enjoy the scenery. As long as the two of them had time, they would perfect the bank. When lending money, there had to be an evaluation standard. Naturally, the two of them did not expect that the bank would not suffer any losses. After all, business was not something that could be decided by manpower. The most important thing was the management. This was the most difficult part, as it was impossible to prevent others from tampering with the system. After all, when the two of them were constantly perfecting the system, the things that they were worried about would still happen. In fact, the two of them were most worried about the bank's management. After receiving bribes, they would lend money to people who did not have the qualifications to lend money. When the time came, even if they killed the person, it would be useless. They would not be able to get back the money that they lost. Li Longji also knew that the two of them were busy and did not have time to spare. Thus, he spent more time with Wu Huifei. Looking at the scenery of his country and having the company of a beauty, he was very satisfied. Wu Huifei was also waiting for an opportunity. Right now, she could not let people send out letters, nor could she find Zhang Shua to sow discord. She could only wait until they reached Jinyang. Time passed very quickly. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy, and while Li Longji was enjoying himself, 8 days had passed. The team did not take 10 days. At noon today, they could see Jinyang City in the distance. According to the speed of the boat, they would be able to enter the city in 2 hours. At this time, Jinyang was already under martial law. There were not many people coming and going. Occasionally, one would appear. They were either a plainclothes officer or a relative of an official. After all, it would be too fake if the emperor did not see a single person. If he saw a few, it would be even better if he had the opportunity to talk. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also came out of the cabin. Using a telescope, they saw the situation ahead and knew that the local officials did not listen to their orders and made such arrangements in private. Now was not the time to find out who was responsible. The two of them only hoped that the local officials would not be so stupid as to make hundreds of dishes. At that time, Li Longji would think that it was arranged by the two of them. Let's go greet Li Longji first and let him understand that this is a matter of the local officials. It has nothing to do with us. Just as Zhang Xiaobao was preparing to return to the cabin, he saw that countless people had gathered outside Jinyang City. There were also people hanging things and placing things there. In addition to raising the flag, the only other thing to do was to set off firecrackers. He had to tell Li Longji in advance so that he would not be scared when the firecrackers went off. Chapter 761. Wang Wan took a cotton ball and gave it to everyone. Zhang Jiazhen, Zhang Jiuling, and the others were not left out, but she did not give it to Zhang Shuo. Before Zhang Shuo could figure out what Wang Wan was busy with, he was frightened by a loud bang and almost fell to the ground, followed by continuous crackling sounds. Li Longji was not frightened. Instead, he happily looked at the welcoming scene. Zhang Shuo helplessly covered his ears with his hands and glanced at Wang Wan, who was snickering at the side. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. She was still a child. Wang Wan did her best to arrange things according to historical situations. Other than the place that she and Zhang Xiaobao specially used to receive Li Longji and prepare for his future wealth, there were not many changes. For example, Li Longji changed Bingzhou to Taiyuan Prefecture, exempted taxes, and so on. After the officials of Jinyang met up with Li Longji's team, the officials had already arranged according to the letter that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had sent in advance and brought Li Longji around. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan guessed that Li Longji would not be able to go to the prepared place to play today. The two of them found an excuse to go there to check if there were any omissions and asked for leave from Li Longji. As for whether Li Longji could continue to write poems, it was not up to the two of them to decide. It did not matter whether he wrote one more poem or not. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who asked for leave, led their family's protection team, as well as Xiao Bei and the others. They shook off the old man Pai trio, who did not know that the two of them had left, and found the place prepared for Li Longji to play. They took out their long guns and handguns. Under the curiosity of Xiao Bei and the others, they began to shoot at the target that was set up 20 meters away. After a magazine of 11 bullets was emptied, the group of people ran over to watch. Okay, I got it. Next time, aim a little to the left. After Zhang Xiaobao looked at the bullet's point of impact, he concluded that the bullet's trajectory had deviated by quite a bit. Looks like the technology still needs to be improved. Wang Wan also felt that the gun in her hand was a little lacking. Me too, me too. Xiao Bei looked at them curiously. They were so far away, yet they didn't see any arrows being fired, nor did anyone draw a bow. Popping sounds rang out like firecrackers, and the sign that had been erected here was destroyed. She was smart, so she immediately knew that this was a weapon that could shoot from very far away. Okay. This is too heavy. Wait for Big Brother to make you a lighter one. Remember, you can't tell anyone. Zhang Xiaobao reloaded the magazine and said to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei nodded vigorously. I know, but I won't say anything. You can't tell anyone about your family matters. It has to be kept a secret. The other little guys also clamored for one, and Zhang Xiaobao agreed one by one. When he had time, he would make one for them. Of course, it wasn't the gun that he was holding, but a toy made of wood. It was a toy made of animal tendons that was used to pull small stones. It was best to stick a layer of cotton on the outside of the stones. Then the two of them continued to test the gun. They kept the target at a distance of 60 meters and gradually felt the situation of the gun in their hands. Then, they thickened the target and replaced the original paper target with a wooden one. From this, they could test the effective range of the pistol bullet. They let someone use a bow and arrow to test. They could shoot someone to death at a certain distance. After testing, the effective range of the pistol was 35 to 37 meters. The main problem was the bullets. After testing the pistol, they began to test the rifle. After adding a scope modified with binoculars, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were both happy and dissatisfied. What made him happy was that the rifle was relatively more accurate than the pistol. What he was not satisfied with was naturally the range. 1,000 meters was out of the question, and 800 meters was impossible for the bullets to fly over. The final result was between 250 meters to 300 meters. This distance was worse than a crossbow, but it was better than a normal bow and arrow. The advantage was that the shooting speed was faster, and the bullets were lighter than the arrows, so they could be carried more. More or less. Let's do this first. We can't expect to use it as a long-range sniper rifle. If we can get 300 to 500 of them and equip them for the army, the lethality is still not small. Wang Wan said as she disassembled the rifle. This is the progress of the era. It's much more powerful than the flintlock that first appeared in the Song dynasty. Alright, we can equip the army with this weapon in the future. When the time comes, we will be invincible and invincible. Zhang Xiaobao put the disassembled rifle into his backpack, looking like he was the most powerful person in the world. Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Any good weapon depends on who is using it. In the future, even if we are equipped with it, we can't underestimate the enemy. We can only use it at critical moments. The range of other people's crossbows is not short. If someone gets a few of them, the technology can be considered to have been passed on. It seems like Lu Zhou's side should be more careful in keeping it a secret. It's best if we can transfer it to the underground." Zhang Xiaobao understood the logic behind this as well. It was just like the gunpowder back then. If they had not attacked the enemy, they would not have been taken away by the enemy after losing the war. In the end, the people in Europe were better at using gunpowder than here. They improved their technology in a short period of time. When they attacked the enemy again, the people in Europe could not even put up a fight. After testing the rifle, the duo did not plan to look for Li Longji. Instead, they brought Xiaobei and the others to swim. This was the place prepared for Li Longji. Nobody was suspicious of the commotion earlier. They thought someone was setting off firecrackers here. Alright, let's change and swim. Zhang Xiaobao called out to the little ones when they arrived at a large lake that was originally here. In order to take advantage of the situation, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had rented a large area here. They modified the original small lake, especially the shore. They had people transport a lot of sand here. This way, during summer, tourists could come here to swim or to have a barbecue on the beach and sunbathe. Li Longji could not say that he would not allow anyone to come to such a large place just because he had swum once. Therefore, he did not allow anyone to come to the courtyard that was prepared for him. However, he could rent out the courtyards beside it. Since the emperor was willing to visit this place, other tourists would surely want to enjoy it as well. When the time came, the price would be very high. If they opened a few open-air stalls and used local wine, they would probably be able to earn back all the money they spent on this trip by next summer. When the person in charge of this place saw Zhang Xiaobao and the others wanting to go into the water, he hastily stopped them. He said that this place was prepared for the emperor and that they could not go in as they pleased. In the end, before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could say anything, Xiao Bei told the person that he was testing the water for the emperor. Otherwise, if the water turned cold and there was something in the water, it would not be good. The person in charge was speechless and could only watch from the side. He thought to himself, is there even a need to test this place? People have already cleaned this place over and over again. Other than the small fishes, there are no other living things in the water. Even the aquatic plants in the lake have been pulled out in advance. The lake that was filled with a lot of sand was very comfortable to use. At first, it was only half a meter high, then it was 1 meter high. In any case, every half a meter, there would be a distance of 20 meters, so people would not be drowned. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan floated in the water and did not go deeper. They were only about 1.5 meters deep, which was just enough to cover the two of them. Xiao Bei and the others were also swimming in this area. Compared to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they could swim in a larger area. Even if it was half a meter deep, they could still swim. Perhaps it was because they had been raised well, but the little ones were not afraid of water at all. They swam in the water, breaststroke and backstroke very freely. They could even speak casually. 2 days later, Li Longji and the officials were almost done with their work. They finally came to this swimming area. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan persuaded Xiao Bei and the others to come ashore and wait for the barbecue. The two of them accompanied Li Longji and swam in the lake. The specially made swimsuits were worn by the palace maids and concubines that Li Longji had brought along. They were immediately white, making Li Longji want to chase away the guards and Zhang Xiaobao. Seeing him like this, Wang Wan whispered to Zhang Xiaobao, "You haven't seen the world. It's just exposing your arms and legs. Is there a need to be like this?" "That's right. When I was outside in the past, there were many women who didn't wear anything. Don't talk about 3 o'clock. It's not interesting at all. It's really boring. Don't look at me like that. Western women have wrinkles on their faces when they're 18 or 19 years old. You watch over them first. I'll go down and see if there are any shells. Don't clean them all up. We can eat them in a while. Wait, I'll come up after I take a look." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he suddenly noticed that Wang Wan's gaze was not right. After saying this, he dove into the water. He stayed in the water for a full 3 minutes before he came up again and shook his head regretfully. "No, there are only small fish in the water. This bunch of prodigal things. Tell them to leave the shells and clean them all up. Later, when we go up, we'll get people to fish them up from other rivers and put them in the lake. In the future, there will be a special program here. We'll get people to fish them up and then roast them. Each shell will be sold for 1 copper coin." Wang Wan did not mention what had just happened. She also dove into the water to take a look. She scooped up a lot of mud from the lake and found that Xiao Hong's insects had all died. She said, "It seems that a lot of lime has been scattered here. The water can't be drunk." In the end, Li Longji didn't chase away all the other outsiders. Instead, he played a water fight with the concubines for a while. Then, he went to the beach to eat barbecue under the sun umbrella. He also praised Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, saying that this place was good. From the looks of it, he seemed to be prepared to play all day and not play the next day. Zhang Xiaobao quickly said, "Your Majesty, there are other things that you haven't enjoyed yet. For the next 3 days, there will be different feelings every day." "Oh. There's more. Can't I do it today?" Li Longji asked. "I can't arrange it. How can I make it in time for many of the programs in one day? There's also a platform diving program. There's also a floating program that takes at least 3 days to complete. Zhang Xiaobao replied. The so-called platform diving was actually only 5 meters. Even if it was horizontally, there would not be any danger. As for the floating program, it cost a lot of money because the river that flowed into the lake was not that big. Although it also flowed down from the mountain, it was impossible to float quickly. Because of this, Zhang Xiaobao asked the people who came in advance to build a small reservoir upstream, blocking the small valley where the river passed through. There was no need to store too much water, as long as it could be flushed twice when the water was released. Because the time was too short, it could only be flushed once. It was controlled by an iron gate. As long as the iron chain was shaken, the gate would open. It took a lot of effort to build this simple reservoir. After Li Longji left, it would be rebuilt. At that time, there would be a group of 20 people who wanted to float. Each person would pay 10 strings of coins. There would probably be a lot of people who would rush to do it. Because there was no rubber, all the small kayaks could only be made of leather. The life jackets were the same. Li Longji had never played with such a thing. After thinking about it, he finally decided to stay for 3 days. If it was good enough, he could build one in Beijing. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan actually had something better, which was a translucent swimsuit for women. They were going to take it out and let Li Longji play with his concubines. However, since Wu Huifei was here, they naturally could not take it out. If Wu Huifei, who had a good appearance and figure, wore such a swimsuit, Empress Wang would not have much of an advantage when she went back. Wu Huifei also came today. She was very friendly to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, which made them wonder if she had already thought of a way to make trouble for them. At night, there was a bonfire party. Anyway, it was to let Li Longji stay for a few more days. It would be best if he could write a poem or something. It would be even better if he could write a word about the world's #1 leisure place. For the next 3 days, Li Longji really stayed there. He jumped, drifted, and ate on the water. Li Longji was very happy. When they felt that it was about time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arranged Li Longji's next itinerary to go to Luzhou. Normally, Li Longji would go to Luzhou first and climb Taihang Mountain there. This time, he would go there later. Even if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not mention it, Li Longji would not miss it. Thus, the group went there again. This time, they did not go by water. After playing there for a while, they would have to come back and take a boat. While the group was moving, Zhang Shuo told Li Longji about the matter of the prefectural soldiers becoming conscripted soldiers. He came up with a plan to get rid of the weak. This was mainly because conscripting soldiers was a bit difficult. If it was not for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the people who died in the war last time would not be compensated. Many people with names on the register were afraid of being conscripted, so they thought of ways to move their families and live in other places. When people were conscripted, they would not be able to find them. Their household registration was very messy. It was also because of this that Li Longji asked Yu Wenrong to investigate the household registration. He also gave land to those who did not have a place to live so that they could live in peace. Yu Wenrong did a good job on this point. It was almost done, and those who escaped before would not continue to be held accountable. In this matter, Li Longji agreed. The national treasury had more money, and there were fewer people guarding the capital. It was more cost-effective to use the money to conscript soldiers. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard of this matter, the two of them looked at each other speechlessly. The conscripted soldier system is better than the prefectural soldier system, but there are many hidden dangers. If the royal court runs out of money, they won't be able to raise soldiers. Every region has their own soldiers, and the soldiers will listen to whoever pays the money. It seems like we have to talk to Li Longji about this. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment before speaking to Wang Wan. Wang Wan also knew the drawbacks of this system. After all, it was still the era of cold weapons, and there were too many people needed to fight a war. Even though Zhang Shuo had cut off many of the border troops, as long as he had money, how could he not secretly raise more soldiers? Besides, the authority of a regional commander was a little too great. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, she said, "Why don't we become regional commanders as well? When we have more soldiers, we can deal with anyone who dares to cause trouble. I'm worried that without An Lushan, someone else will jump out." After all, this system itself provides people with such opportunities. I really have to talk to Li Longji and tell him not to let the regions form their own armies. Also, it's best not to conscript soldiers. It'll be troublesome if they don't have money. It's best to use conscripts, just like what we did back then. We used honor to win the hearts of the soldiers, and as long as they persevered for a few years, they would be able to return to work and receive a decent amount of money. If we find someone who is good, we can continue to nurture them. This way, when the soldiers are trained, it will save us a lot of trouble. Right now, soldiers only care about money, and this will probably be the case in the future. That's fine. We'll talk about it when we return. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. The group traveled for a few more days before arriving at Luzhou. Li Longji had started his business in Luzhou, and he had always treated this place as his blessed land. As such, he felt very comfortable when he arrived. He climbed mountains, wrote poems, and exempted taxes for the region. Historically, he had exempted taxes for 5 years. This time, perhaps because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the national treasury had a lot more money, so he had exempted taxes for 6 years. An extra year of tax exemption was not a small amount. Luzhou was not small to begin with, and it had to pay a lot of taxes every day. 1 year less meant that the people here had an extra year of development opportunities. After 6 years, it would be difficult for them not to become rich. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally would not miss out on doing business in Taihang Mountains. The people who had arrived earlier had already organized the local people to build better mountain paths. They had also built many villas in the mountains, all made of wood. They also provided hunting activities in the mountains, which made Li Longji happy for a few more days. On the way back, Zhang Xiaobao found an opportunity to say to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, Cuckoo and I have an idea, but we don't know if we should say it. There's no harm in saying it." Li Longji felt that something was not right. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaobao would not beat around the bush and ask if he should say it. Since he had already asked, how could he not say it? "Thank you, Your Majesty. Cuckoo and I heard Lord Zhang's idea of recruiting soldiers, and we feel that it is a little inappropriate. At this time, the imperial court is still rich, but if there are several natural disasters in a row, and some palaces and houses are built, the national treasury may be short of money. When that time comes, how will Your Majesty raise the soldiers? Are you going to let the provincial governors raise the soldiers themselves? Then who will the soldiers raised belong to?" Zhang Xiaobao asked about this important matter that concerned the country. Li Longji had originally agreed to Zhang Xiaobao's idea of recruiting soldiers. After hearing what he said, he felt that it made sense. However, if they were to follow the previous method of recruiting soldiers, the people who had finally settled down would run around again, leaving the capital with no soldiers to use. Zhang Xiaobao was also standing to the side. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao oppose his idea, he retorted, "Could it be that Registrar Zhang has a better idea? Of course, there is a good idea, but it can't be used now. I'll talk about it after I settle other matters. Since we can recruit soldiers, we can use them for a few years. After a few years, I think we won't have to continue spending money like this." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already discussed this matter, and that was the compulsory soldiers. This required other supporting methods. The current prefectural soldiers were also compulsory soldiers, but they were slightly different from the ones they had in the past. The compulsory soldiers of the prefectural soldiers had less training, or perhaps none at all. Zhang Xiaobao felt uncomfortable in his heart. If it was someone else who said this, he would not believe it. However, since it was Zhang Xiaobao who said it, it was hard for him not to believe it. After all, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's ability was there for all to see. What he meant was, if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could first tell him, then let him mention it to the emperor, then that would be good. However, Zhang Xiaobao actually said it himself. Therefore, Zhang Shuo wanted Zhang Xiaobao to tell him the details, and then he could find fault with it. As such, he asked Zhang Xiaobao, "I wonder if Registrar Zhang can tell us the details now. Otherwise, if you make a mistake, wouldn't His Majesty be worried?" How could Zhang Xiaobao not know what Zhang Shuo was thinking? Wei Wei shook her head, "I can't say. If I say it now, it will be easily used by people with ulterior motives. When the time comes, we will naturally know." As for His Majesty's worries, this subject and cuckoo have not caused His Majesty to worry. Zhang Xiaobao's words couldn't be more clear. Zhang Shuo didn't continue to say anything, but instead looked at Li Longji. Li Longji's heart was itching after hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything, he couldn't do anything. He could only nod and say, "Then, I will have to trouble you more, Xiaobao." Although he didn't know if this matter was feasible, Li Longji also understood that even if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't do anything wrong, they wouldn't make a big mistake. The two of them still had a sense of propriety. This matter was also known by Wu Huifei. Similarly, she had people keep an eye on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She wanted to see what the two of them were going to do. She had already spread the news that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were preparing to open a private bank, saying that they could make a lot of money. She also said that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't intend to let anyone else participate and wanted to earn all the money for themselves. In any case, the news was spread with half truth and half lies, making it difficult for people to discover the final situation. Especially that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were directly under the emperor's control. If they encountered anyone who obstructed them, they could first kill them and then report to the emperor. This made many people feel uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hadn't heard of this rumor yet, because this rumor had started spreading in other places. It was likely that someone in the capital was just talking about it. When it spread to here, perhaps they would encounter it on the way back. The two of them followed the team back to Jinyang. Li Longji, who was supposed to stay for 2 days before going back, became addicted to drifting and insisted on staying for 5 more days. Only then did he board the ship and go with the flow. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also let out a sigh of relief. As long as they returned to the capital, this trip would be complete. When they were on the way back, the people who stayed behind were in charge of managing the 2 places. They had to spread the news that the emperor came to play and was willing to play. When they came, they had to give the people in front time to prepare, so their speed was slow. In addition, they were going against the current, so they didn't need to prepare much when they went back. Moreover, they were going with the current, so the speed of the fleet was very fast. At this time, there was a market near the Iron Chain Bridge that hadn't appeared before. It didn't matter whether it was odd or odd, the commoners who had benefited set up their own stalls in the markets on both sides. When they had nothing to do, they would stroll over. If someone wanted to buy something on the other side of the bridge and didn't want to pay the bridge fee, the commoners would send the goods over. They all paid the annual fee, which was very cheap and casually passed. Seeing this situation, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't help but sigh at the wisdom of people. This was because the two of them had discovered that when merchants were preparing to cross the bridge with goods, they didn't pay the bridge fee for the goods. Instead, they looked for the commoners who had paid the annual fee. If the fee for a batch of goods was 10 copper coins, then they only needed to pay the commoners 3 or 4 copper coins. The commoners would help them transport the goods to the other side, and it would be much cheaper for them to come over themselves. Li Longji also saw this situation and called Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan over. He smiled and asked, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, do you feel like you miscalculated? You didn't expect this, did you?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan already knew that this would happen. It wasn't a big deal, so this kind of loophole couldn't be blocked. "Your Majesty, it's actually just because there are markets on both sides of the bridge. Just let them do what they want. It's fine as long as they don't fight each other. It won't be long before a portion of the commoners will stop selling goods and wait for merchants to come over. They will help transport goods." Zhang Xiaobao explained to Li Longji what would happen in the future. "Oh. If that's the case, then why are we still building markets on both sides of the bridge?" Li Longji couldn't figure it out, so he asked the two of them again. Wang Wan stood up and explained, "It's because we're about to raise the price of goods crossing the bridge and lower the monthly fee and annual fee. When the time comes, the people who specialize in transporting goods will also increase their income. For example, if a carriage of goods costs 12 copper coins now, it will become 24 copper coins in the future. The people who specialize in transporting goods won't be like before, where they'll just do whatever they can for a little benefit. They'll band together and form an organization. When the time comes, they'll bargain with the merchants. For example, they'll save half of the cost. If the merchants who come here often will consider whether they should pay an annual fee or a monthly fee. We can first make it so that the merchants can only pay a monthly fee and not a yearly fee. That's because many merchants won't be able to pay a yearly fee. We have to let them know that being able to pay a yearly fee is also a kind of happiness. After they pay the monthly fee, they'll definitely transport more goods. Only then will we be able to maximize the benefits. When the time comes, we can slightly raise the monthly fee and introduce an extremely cheap yearly fee. They'll feel that it's not easy to get a yearly fee, so they'll start to pay a yearly fee. Once they get a yearly fee, it'll be their loss if they don't transport goods. If they do, they'll have to think of a way to sell their goods and speed up the process." Li Longji came to a realization and said with a smile, "We understand now. This way, we can collect more taxes. The more frequent the transactions, the more prosperous the economy will be. When the time comes, as long as the local authorities take a portion of the collected taxes to build roads, the merchants will be able to do business faster." "That's a good idea, but won't you guys be making a loss?" Li Longji was quite smart now and knew a bit about the relationship between economics and politics. Of course, he also had a book on political economy that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had summarized. Originally, it was only for the inner court to learn. Ever since they talked about opening a bank, Li Longji asked for a copy. He said that he wouldn't let anyone else know about it for 3 years, so he learned it himself. Zhang Shuo was also listening at the side. When he first found out about this, he was very happy. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't earn as much money, so he was able to vent his anger. At this time, when he heard the emperor say that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would be making a loss, he connected the dots and said, "Your Majesty, it's impossible for Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo to make a loss. Whether it's a person who sells goods for others or a merchant who is willing to pay a yearly fee, they all have to pay a yearly fee. Originally, people who wouldn't pay so much have already paid, so how can the two of them make a loss? Lord Zhang is right. Not only that, there's another benefit. It allows us to quickly get back the money we spent on the bridge in advance. Then, we can use it to do other business. Otherwise, if we don't have the money to do business and borrow money from the bank, we'll have to pay interest." Zhang Xiaobao confirmed what Zhang Shuo said and then mentioned another benefit. Wang Wan also said, actually, there's another method, but it's not good to use. What method? Li Longji was most willing to listen to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talk about this kind of thing. He felt that it could help him understand the political economy book. The method is to choose a place that requires many ships. Xiaobao and I won't have to pay a single copper coin. We'll put up a notice saying that we want to build the bridge here. We'll use our Zhang family and Wang family's reputations as a guarantee. We can also sign a contract with the government. Then, we'll tell the merchants coming and going, as well as the people who want to do business in the two markets, that as long as they're willing to take out the money first, then the yearly fee will be half of what it was for others. If it's not cheap, then we won't take advantage of them and will return their money to them. Wang Wan explained. Why isn't that good? Zhang Shuo thought about it and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. It was very fair. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips and said, of course it's not good. We're taking other people's money and not paying them back. Even if we return the money to them in the future, it's still a form of cheating them. Otherwise, if we don't have money, how much interest would we get if we borrow money? Therefore, the imperial court added a law, and that is, this matter must be written in the contract. There can't be any loopholes. When the time comes, if the merchants who used other people's money don't meet the requirements, not only will they have to return the capital, they will also have to pay a very high interest. Otherwise, they will have to follow the contract. Zhang Shuo, Li Longji, and the others were shocked. They didn't think that things could be done like this. It was really too magical. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't say it personally, they really wouldn't have thought that there was such a method. Yu Wenrong's eyes lit up. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as if he was looking at two treasures. Even if the two of them had just injured his people, he didn't care. Even if his people were dealt with by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Xiankai County, he couldn't resent them. Who asked Feng Changgong to clearly know about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's reputation and still be unconvinced and want to go against them? How good could it be? Yu Wenrong looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said to the emperor, Your Majesty, Tang dynasty has Registrar Zhang and County Deputy Wang. Perhaps the law can be improved a lot, especially when it comes to economics. That's right. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, do you have any more tricks? Let me hear it again. Li Longji agreed with Yu Wenrong's words and asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan, and Wang Wan returned a look that said, Go ahead. Zhang Xiaobao said, Of course, there are many tricks. There are all kinds of tricks, but they are always the same. For example, the one just now can't be considered a trick. After all, the people who were cheated didn't suffer many losses. Another method is the one that the Ning family secretly formed when Lu Zhou was still around. Using something that was impossible to earn money as an excuse to cheat the people of their money was a real scam. If it was changed, it would be the same as the previous one. It could be like this. They wanted to build a bridge in this place and then let the people invest in it. They said that they could give the people money every month. Then, they used the money to invest. Part of the money earned is given to the people, and the rest is kept. However, they are afraid that the investment will fail. If that happens, not only will they not be able to pay back the people's money, but the scammer might also run away. Anything else? It's not considered a scam, but it can really make money. Yu Wenrong was fascinated by the story and asked again. Also, when the bank is opened, there will be an approval process when lending money. For example, if someone wants to build a workshop but doesn't have the money, they can directly borrow from the bank. The bank won't lend money immediately because there's no collateral for the project. Even if they lend money, it will only be a small portion. Even if the person who wanted to borrow money invested some money first, the bank wouldn't give him too much money. However, if he used the money invested to buy a piece of land in a good location, and then used the land and the upcoming project as a loan, he would be able to borrow more money. Because of this, the bank wouldn't lose money. This can be considered as having two collateral. As long as the bank manages it well, it can be considered a win-win situation. There are loopholes in this area that can be exploited. Perhaps no one knows about it yet, but in the future, Cuckoo and I will need to regulate it. When the bank lends money, it won't give out all the money, but part by part. If the person who wants to borrow money is preparing to do something, then the bank can only give them the money after they use it. Otherwise, there will be trouble. This is a very common thing, so we will regulate it in the future. Zhang Xiaobao explained this matter to the people who were listening attentively. Then, he talked about many loopholes in other areas. Hearing this, everyone was secretly satisfied and learned a lot. Of course, if they wanted to use it again, it was impossible because Zhang Xiaobao would keep an eye on it. When they were about to return to Beijing, several important places around Beijing had already opened banks. The procedures were approved very quickly, and to be precise, there were no restrictions. This made Li Longji very happy. He hoped that he could quickly occupy more territories through the economic war. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't happy at all, because they discovered that there was one department missing, which was the CBRC. If they opened a bank here, other people could also learn to open a bank. Without supervision, there would be trouble. Therefore, after the two of them had dinner, they found Li Longji, who wanted to sleep with Wu Huifei. They also called the officials who followed them and told them about the supervision. A bank without supervision was a huge bomb, and a lot of things could happen. Especially when it came to external lending, this must be regulated. Even if there were still loopholes, it would reduce a part of it. Li Longji was worried because if they wanted to establish a bank supervision committee, they needed people who were very proficient in this area. Otherwise, they wouldn't know what others were doing. The person who was proficient in this area was naturally Zhang Xiaobao, but Zhang Xiaobao also invested a part of his money in the bank. It was impossible for him to supervise himself, but if others were to supervise him, who could bypass Zhang Xiaobao? Without supervision, there was no guarantee that the bank would really act according to the interest rate, and there was no guarantee that the bank wouldn't use other methods to extort money from the depositors. Just like being an official, you can't let all the officials in a place be local. Of course, Sanshui County was an exception, and the place where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were located was also an exception. Li Longji and the others were worried that other people would follow Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's example and use the interest rate to compete. Then, they would use the money to do other things. They weren't afraid that they would make money, but they were afraid that they would lose money. Once something happened, the bank's credibility would be gone, and who would dare to deposit money in the bank in the future? Xiaobao, can't you keep the bank supervision and administration committee locked up while you're running the bank? Li Longji was still very confident in Zhang Xiaobao, and felt that he wouldn't use his authority to gain benefits for himself. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head seriously and replied, "No, definitely not. This has nothing to do with my character, but it has to be done this way. If I don't do this, I won't be able to regulate it. No one can guarantee that they won't be tempted by so many opportunities. First, we have to eliminate this aspect from the root. For example, in my family, when it comes to taking and using money, there needs to be two people. One is responsible for managing the money, but can't use the money. The other is responsible for using the money, but can't manage the money. The two of them supervise each other, and if it's a large amount of money, it needs to be further approved by the higher-ups. Using this to prevent one person from managing the money and accounts is tempting others to make mistakes. Once a mistake is made, it will be my family's responsibility, not the person in charge of the money. Then what should we do? Who can supervise it? How should we regulate it? Li Longji was worried. I can help to train some people. Right now, Cuckoo and I are running the bank. For a certain period of time, we won't play any tricks. This is something that I can guarantee. We will be in charge of managing the bank for the time being, but we can't let other people open a bank right away. After I've trained them, I'll make sure that they can deal with loopholes and not make too big of a mistake. Then, I'll allow other people to open a bank. Those who open a bank privately will be banned. Chapter 762. When the Great Tang started its autumn harvest, Tubo was also having its autumn harvest. However, this year's harvest was too little. In the end, the locusts were finally exterminated. As for how many of them laid eggs in the soil, it was not clear. The domestic animals all ate well, but when the Tubo nobles saw the pitiful amount of barley and rice in the fields, they wanted to cry but had no tears. During the autumn harvest, the slaves were much more relaxed. A large amount of food was eaten by the locusts, so they did not have to work as hard as before. However, none of the slaves were happy about this. They knew that if there was not enough food, their masters would not starve to death. They could only work hard. The Tubo commoners were also not happy. After the harvest, they still carefully searched the fields to see if they had missed any food. Some even tried their best to find wild vegetables. Even if the wild vegetables were already old, they would still dig them out and save them for when there was no food to eat. The entire Tubo people were in a bleak state. The people who bought Han Xuanfeng's casino and lottery tickets were also miserable. There was no more food, so they did not dare to spend like before. They were all waiting to buy some food from the Great Tang. At Jinchuan, Sanri Nigan was also commanding people to harvest. When he came here, he had people replant many things. They were all wheat and barley that grew faster than rice. Although there was also a locust plague here, it was not serious. The few locusts that flew over were quickly wiped out. He also knew about the situation at Jinchuan and felt very fortunate. It was all thanks to Han Xuanfeng's words. Therefore, during this period of time, he ran over to Han Xuanfeng's place every day. Han Xianfeng only reported to Yingzhou for a while before returning to lead the slaves to carry out a large-scale construction here. At the same time, he was training the army at a place further away from Pingzhou. Out of the 7,000 slaves, he selected 2,000 strong men. Without weapons, they would first train in formation and then work. Working could also train their bodies. However, in the past, the slaves could not eat enough to keep up with the work. Now that they did not have to worry about food, all of them worked very hard. Naturally, their bodies were strong. Originally, there was no need to specifically wear sandbags while running. The soldiers here only needed to carry their weapons, leather armor, and food. They were already heavy enough. During military training, as long as they picked up their weapons, they would be carrying weights. The slaves didn't have many decent weapons, so Han Xianfeng could only ask someone to make sandbags for the slaves to wear. The 2,000 people had to run twice a day for 20 miles each time. Before dinner, Han Xianfeng led 2,000 people and started running. As they were running, Sanri Nigan came looking for them. He rode on his horse and followed Han Xianfeng at the same time as he said, "Brother Han Xianfeng. Today, someone from Tubo came to look for me, saying that they want to buy back the land I sold to them. I only need to pay 70% of the original price, but I need to pay with food. Do you think I still want the land over there?" Han Xianfeng waved his hand and continued to run. Songri Nigan didn't understand what Han Xianfeng meant. Did he not want to talk or did he not want to talk anymore? So he asked, they even said that as long as I go, they are willing to sell me slaves. I don't have many slaves here. If they are willing to sell, I think it's better to buy them. What do you think? Wait for me to finish running, there's no hurry. Han Xianfeng was also carrying sandbags. When he was about to run 20 miles, his body was clearly exhausted. Moreover, it was very strenuous for him to breathe. Songri Naigan stood beside him and told him to talk. After saying this, Han Xuanfeng's footsteps became disordered. Songri Naigan obediently shut his mouth. After finishing his run, he handed Han Xianfeng a bowl of water and waited for Han Xianfeng to catch his breath before continuing. After drinking a bowl of water, Han Xianfeng felt much better. He massaged his legs and said to Songri Naigan, "We can't ask for that land anymore. I reckon there will be a locust plague next year. Besides, if you go back, do you think they will let you go so easily? If they are willing to sell the slaves, we can buy them. As long as they are willing to sell, we can buy as many as they have. However, we can't give them too high a price. They are currently in need of food. 1 dan of food worth 1,000 can be sold as 2 dan or 5 dan. The little Gongzi has already made preparations and is gathering food for the entire Jiannan circuit. You must not act on your own accord. You can freely enter and leave Pingzhou. If you transport the food and sell it to the Tubo people, the little Gongzi will let you make up for the loss." The little Gongzi said that this year is very important. If we control it well, Tubo will not be able to recover from this setback. When we want to deal with them in the future, it will be easy. If we let them get through this easily, we will have to spend a lot of effort in the future. Songri Naigan really did want to buy food from the great Tang and sell it at a high price in Tubo. That way, he could make a lot of money. He didn't expect that this idea couldn't be realized. It seemed that the great Tang didn't just want to make money by dealing with Tubo. There should also be political benefits involved. After hearing Han Xuanfeng's words, Songri Naigan replied, "Then I will contact them to buy slaves." "What's the price?" "According to the weight, if a slave weighs 100 jin, then give them 200 jin of food. No more, no less." This time, Han Xianfeng didn't listen to Zhang Xiaobao's instructions and said according to his own thoughts. Songri Naigan didn't understand, why do we have to calculate by weight? This price is indeed enough to buy a slave, especially now that Tubo is lacking in food. I reckon that they will be willing to sell food that is slightly lighter than a slave. After all, slaves still need to eat food. That's because if the weight of food is not as heavy as a slave, they might as well kill the slave and let other slaves eat it. Furthermore, it's better than just eating food. That's why I told you to prepare double the amount of food. This way, they will feel that it's not worth it to kill slaves and let other slaves eat it. Naturally, they will be willing to trade. Han Xianfeng said something that made people feel helpless, but it really happened. Compared to hard work, perhaps animals were more valuable. When people were hungry, it wasn't impossible for people to eat people. When Han Xianfeng spoke, his voice wasn't soft. After the slave beside him heard it, he seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but tremble a few times. Songri Naigan also nodded helplessly. "I knew it would be like this. Then we will use food to trade for slaves. If they are willing to sell horses, cows, and sheep, do we have to use 3 times the weight to trade? Maybe we can trade for cows and sheep, but if we trade for horses, once we trade for them, they will have to sell to us. Then we might as well trade for them ourselves. Why do we have to buy from you? I will write a letter to the young master and young lady and ask them. Now, you should prepare some food first. But we have to agree that 3/4 of the slaves you trade for must be sold to me. I can give you 10% more than what you trade for. I have a use for slaves." Han Xianfeng thought for a moment and agreed to the trade, but he had to have a choice. After Songri Nigan and Han Xianfeng finished their discussion, they went to meet the people sent by Tubo to discuss the slave trade. They were waiting for more people to arrive. In Lu Zhou's mansion, Zhang Pingwang was packing his luggage. He was going to leave soon, and he also brought the rental tax here with him. When he returned, he would be able to arrange another official position for him. The person who would replace him had already been decided and was on his way. It would probably take a few days for him to arrive. After looking at everything and having someone pack them up, Zhang Pingwang didn't want to stay in the house anymore. He let his little attendant out again and walked on the widest street in Lu Zhou's mansion. His eyes kept looking at the scenery around him as though he wanted to remember everything. Master, why do I suddenly not want to leave? It's better to stay here. The food is good, the clothes are good, and the accommodation is good. Moreover, we don't have to worry about the people causing trouble. The attendant had the same thoughts and said what was on his mind. Sigh. It's precisely because this place is good that there are more people who want to occupy this place. If we don't leave, how will others be willing? Moreover, we'll get a lot of money if we leave this place. When we return, we can buy more land. It's just troublesome to transport it. Zhang Pingwang sighed. When he looked at the scenery on both sides of the street again, he remembered more carefully. He didn't want to forget what this place was like. He didn't know when he would come back in the future. Unless he was no longer an official, he wouldn't be sent here even if he was sent away. The two of them talked as they walked. At the same time, they kept smiling at the people who saw them. They were about to leave. It was not easy to see such people in other places. Last month, they didn't think much of it, but now, they were very reluctant to leave. While they were walking, they suddenly heard the sound of firecrackers in front of them. The crackling sound was not soft at all. From time to time, 2 firecrackers would fly up and explode in the sky. Let's go and take a look. Zhang Pingwang, who didn't know what was going on, called out to his attendant and sped up. It wasn't just the 2 of them. The people who didn't have anything to do also curiously ran over. This shouldn't be a wedding. If it was a wedding, it shouldn't be in the morning. It should be in the evening when it was almost dark. Could it be that a shop opened? But all the shops here were occupied. No one would casually sell. With all kinds of doubts, people gathered over there. When they reached the place, Zhang Pingwang looked at the plaque and muttered, "Great Tang Bank, what is this place for? Could it be a pawn shop?" The attendant shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Soon, the sound of firecrackers faded away, and the manager of the Great Tang Bank walked out. He first bowed to the crowd, and then began to talk. He talked about the use of the bank, and it was better to deposit money and lend money. He emphasized the matter of foreign currency exchange. After the manager of the bank finished speaking, the surrounding people finally understood. So this was what he was doing. This was of no use to ordinary people. It was better to have some money at home. There was no need to leave it in the bank and let others take away a portion of it. The eyes of the businessmen lit up. This was a good thing. In the future, as long as they went to the same bank, they could withdraw the money they had saved here. They didn't have to worry about wasting time. Even if the certificate was lost, they wouldn't be afraid. There was a special mark on the certificate, and no one could take it out. This involved the cut corresponding to the number of the bill issued by the bank at the border. Unless he was stupid and told others about the cut, or someone in the bank leaked this information. It was probably impossible. After all, the people who checked the cut were sent by the Zhang family and the Wang family. As long as the corresponding code book was not lost, they didn't have to worry about it. Zhang Pingwang was also very happy. This was because the people in the bank had just mentioned that from now on, Not only could they carry out foreign exchange for merchants, they could also deposit the tax they had to pay to the government and then take it out and hand it over when they went to the capital. Master, this will save a lot of trouble. After all, it's easy to make mistakes when escorting money. What if someone intercepts it? Now, we just need to put the tax we have to pay this year in the bank and put the money we get. We only need to escort a part of the food. Moreover, the food will not be sent all the way to the capital. When it reaches the east of Jiangnan, we will give it to them. They will send the food to the capital. Master, should we do this? Zhang Pingwang's attendant said happily. The last sentence was to ask if they should put their money in the bank. After all, they had to pay 2% of the annual fee. Of course, we have to put it in the bank. The Zhang family and the Wang family are really capable to make such a business. Oh, this is one of their rice shops. Zhang Pingwang didn't think much about it. 2% of the fee was really not much. Moreover, it was a year's fee. If they went back quickly, they could reach the destination in 3 months. It was a little more money, but it was better than bringing it with him. The merchants began to gather around and carefully asked the manager of the bank where there was a similar Tang bank so that they could prepare in advance. Some merchants from the east of Jiangnan also asked if there would be a Tang bank on Xinyuan Island in the future. At that time, they could directly put their gold in the bank and come back here to get it, saving the trouble of transporting it back and forth. Of course, copper coins were not allowed. Unless they wanted to be punished, who would dare to make copper coins and deposit them there? At this time, Xinyuan Island, which was the focus of the merchants, was in the midst of a war. Those who had been to Xinyuan Island had seen how good the Tang Empire was. After returning, they began to spread the news in their own tribes. Not only did they tell others what they had seen and heard, they also distributed the gifts that the Tang Empire had given them. In this way, the people of this tribe yearned for the Tang Empire even more. When the Tang Empire sent troops and ships to support them at a place on the shore, they joined forces with several other tribes to deal with the people who wanted to drive the Tang Empire away. The war on the island had never stopped. This group of people who yearned for the Tang Empire not only received things provided by the Tang Empire, but also had better weapons than the other side, although these weapons had to be exchanged with local products. In the enemy camp, there was a person sitting there. His eyes were looking at the map drawn by the people on his side. His brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something unhappy. Beside him, there were 2 beautiful women massaging his shoulders. The house he was in was the best. The other people's houses could only shelter them from the wind and rain. Just as he was looking at the map, a person suddenly came in and spoke to him very respectfully. Takashita-kun, they are fighting again. This time, the arrows they used are more powerful than the last time. There is also that thing called fireworks, which blew up many of our people. Takashita-kun, when will the reinforcements from your country arrive? If they don't come soon, we won't be able to hold on. The other tribes that have allied with us don't want to continue fighting like this. Even if the Tang Empire you mentioned is a small country, we can't beat them. We still want to continue exchanging with them. In fact, this person also didn't understand why Takashita-kun said that the Tang Empire was a small country that existed by relying on Japan. In the end, the Tang Empire's ships circled the island outside, while Japan's ships couldn't come over. Takashita-sanchi's eyes finally moved away from the map. He looked at the person who came in and said, "The Tang Empire is a small country that was originally a vassal of Japan. Not only did they send a ship to occupy this place, they also allied with another country, Silla. It is very easy for Japan to deal with a small country like the Tang Empire, but we have to be on guard against Silla. Do you understand? A small country like the Great Tang isn't trying to be nice to you. They're giving you the worst things that our Japan doesn't even want, but they're taking away your good things. As a country, we should help you so that you won't be bullied. The person who was listening to Sancho Takashida's words kept nodding. He thought to himself that there was actually a country called Silla. The Tang dynasty, this small country, must be on good terms with Silla while also submitting to Japan. Such a country was really too hateful. Although it was hateful, the matter here still had to be resolved. Hence, this person asked Takashida Sancho, Takashida-kun, then what should we do now? Yes, there are not only a few tribes on your side on the island. If you continue to head over there, there will be more tribes. Send someone to tell them that as long as they come over to help defeat this small country, the Great Tang, our Japan will be able to find a chance to restrain Shinlua. I will send you our domestic exquisite porcelain, better than what you are using now. There is also beautiful silk, better than what the small country of the Tang Empire has exchanged with you. Takashida Sancho looked as if he had a card up his sleeve. The person who came in kept nodding. He agreed and went out to send people. Takashida Sancho heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the messy map in front of him and thought to himself, if only Japan was really a country, I wouldn't have to lie here. I would have sent troops from my country to deal with the Tang Empire. Unfortunately, they lost again and again in the naval battle. They lost so much that they don't dare to fight the Tang Empire anymore. They can only submit to the Tang Empire. Takashida Sancho planned to find more helpers. Lu Zhou's people also thought the same. They brought people who could communicate with the other party and began to travel on the sea by boat. They stayed close to the sea and made contact with the tribes on the island. Every time they arrived at a tribe, they would send silk and local specialties that were not available here as a sign of friendship. Then, they raised the matter of future exchanges. The people of the tribes here were not all so fierce that they would kill without saying anything. Many of them were willing to exchange goods with the Tang Empire. Moreover, they had promised to send troops to help in the war. However, they wanted benefits. After helping, they had to give the benefits. Naturally, Lu Zhou's people would not refuse. They even gave a portion of the goods in advance. This made these local tribesmen very happy. The Tang Empire's fleet was slightly faster than Takashida Sanchi's. Hence, they obtained a result. After Takashida Sanchi's people went over to persuade the tribesmen who received the goods from the Tang Empire looked at the tribesmen sent by the tribesmen who asked them to help in the war and captured them as trophies. One side came on a big boat and gave the tribesmen something in advance. The other side did not even have a small boat. They came on land and did not take anything. There was no need to ask who was stronger and who was weaker. Moreover, the things in their hands were theirs. Under such circumstances, there was a reversal in the war. The tribesmen who had joined forces to drive the Tang Empire's army and merchants away were finally attacked from both sides. The more they fought, the more they were defeated. They could only hide in the mountains or the forest. After a few battles, Takashida Sancho was slightly injured. He also hid in the forest and swore to fight back. He said many encouraging words. However, apart from the tribesmen who listened to him in the beginning, the other tribesmen who joined forces became less and less convinced of his words. The Great Tang did not have to spend too many resources to successfully occupy the area outside the forest. Then, they organized people here and began to reclaim the land. They brought good tools from Great Tang and gathered the wood and herbs that were hundreds of years old here. Then, they shipped them to Lu Zhou one ship after another. The cleared land was used for the local people to plant cotton. The coconut oil was also refined. The price they paid was less than 1/50th of the value of the goods they brought back. For example, a piece of silk that was very common in the Tang Empire and a ham made from pork that was not a wild boar. These things were not valuable in the Tang Empire, but the people on Luzon Island did not know that. As long as they felt that they did not have something, they would consider it a good thing, especially the various spices and ceramics that were still very rare. The merchants of the Jiangnan East Road were active again. Some of them traveled between the Tang Empire and Xinyuan Island, while others traveled along the shore and went farther away, hoping to find more useful resources. Time passed in a hurry. When the new year was approaching, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan received a large ingot of gold sent from Xinyuan Island. It was so big that it was almost the size of a vat of water. It was not obtained from an exchange. It was a tribute to Zhang Xiaobao from the locals. Although the natives of Xinyuan Island could still talk about the Tang Empire, they only knew about Lu Zhou's Chamber of Commerce, which was run by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. To them, it was right to listen to the Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, when Lu Zhou's men mentioned when the new year would be here, how lively it would be here, and how they wanted to find good things on the island as gifts for the little young master and the little lady, the locals worked together to refine this large ingot of gold. This ingot of gold was set off early. It was not until the new year that it was sent to Buxin County. Little Bei and the others, who knew what gold was, opened their mouths in shock. Little Bei stroked the ingot of gold that was taller than her as she said honestly, "Wow, this is such a large ingot of gold. It's as big as a rock. If it's made into jewelry for me, I won't be able to wear it." Little Hai, who was standing at the side, looked at the ingot of gold and said, "They're so stupid. With such a large ingot of gold, I reckon the ship will leak. They don't even know how to break it down. This ingot of gold weighs at least 30 tons, right? I wonder where they got it from." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not weigh this ingot of gold, but it did not look small. Even if it was not pure, its density could reach 18 grams per cubic centimeter. Moreover, it was irregular. When the time came, they could only throw it into the pond and see how much the water level rose before they could judge. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that they had seen a lot of the world, but they had never seen such a large ingot of gold. Both of them touched it with their hands. This was not a problem of how much money it was, but this ingot of gold could scare people. It was just like how many people did not put their money in the bank, but put it under their bed. It was a lot, and it was very comfortable to look at. "Xiaobao, I reckon that those tribes took out all the gold and ores they had accumulated over the years and sent them to us. I think this is at least 1 cubic meter, which is close to 20 tons of pure gold, and 18 to 19 tons of impure gold." Wang Wan felt the coolness of the ingot of gold and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "I reckon it's not light. 1 cubic meter is just 1 meter in length, width, and height. This height is definitely more than 1 meter, and I reckon it's 1.3 meters tall. It's taller than Little Bei and the others, and its width is not narrow either. We must try it. When the time comes, it can be used as the treasure of the bank. If there is a sudden run on the bank one day, as long as we let them see this ingot of gold, they will believe in the strength of our bank. Yes, we must keep it for our own bank, not the Tang Bank." While they were talking, Xiao Yuan had already opened his mouth and was looking for an angle to bite this ingot of gold to see if it was real. However, he could not find a place to bite, so he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Brother, can you ask someone to separate this ingot of gold? Then let me have a look. I have bitten gold and silver before, so I will know if it is real or not. When we go back, I will dig it out for you and let you have a taste. This year, we specially sent gold as a gift. It's not called gold, but called it a dish. It's called red prawns stewed on a golden plate. Let's see who can afford it." Zhang Xiaobao touched Xiao Yuan's head and also joked. When Xiao Yuan heard that they were going back, he was very happy. However, just when he was happy, he said, "We have to change places again. We can't stay in any place for long. I don't know if the people in Bushin County will send us off like they did in Idyll and send us dozens of miles away. No, this time we have to leave secretly. County Magistrate, he will be the last to leave. He will be in charge of the handover procedures. We will leave first. We can't disturb the people anymore. Zhang Xiaobao was also afraid. If they had to go to a place again, no one would be able to stand it. The main thing was public opinion. In case someone found trouble in this regard, they had to hide. Even if they knew that after they left, the people would send them a mass apology. Xiao Zhu looked at her brother and sister and suddenly asked, "Where is the next place? Can't my parents come with us?" Wang Wan nodded. "We haven't decided on the next place. We originally planned to go to Ciizhou, but after thinking about it, it's better to go to the northeast. It's not very stable there. It's easy for something to happen there in the future. Besides, there's a lot of ginseng there that we need to use as medicine. Our family still has to stay in Luoyang for a year and wait for Zhang Shua to continue. It's a mess. It's a complete mess. They are actually going to hold a pilgrimage at the beginning of spring next year. I believe Zhang Shua will be there soon. You have to follow us. The northeast is very cold." The children nodded, indicating that they understood. They were already used to running around. After all, they had such a family. When they enjoyed benefits, they had to give something in return. The day of departure finally arrived. In order to prevent the people from noticing, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not directly take the children's house. They even left behind the large piece of gold, waiting for the people behind them to transport it away. The group secretly left in batches under the cover of the night. Zhang Xiaobao's group left first, followed by the others. At daybreak, the people only knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had left. All of them felt helpless and sad. Since they could not find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they found He Wei and questioned him, asking him why he did not warn them. What could He Wei say? Since they did not allow him to warn them, how could he dare speak of it casually? He could only keep explaining that he did not know either. He had seen a letter left behind when he woke up in the morning and it was too late to warn them. In fact, the people did not specially come to question He Wei. They were waiting for He Wei to become impressive so that they could send him off. After so many years, it was not easy to meet a good official. The people gathered to press their handprints. They unrolled a white silk cloth and found someone to write the words of the people. Then, the people pressed their handprints on it. There were 3 copies. One was for He Wei, and the other 2 were for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Although the 2 of them were together, they still needed 2 copies. He Wei looked at the white silk cloth as the people took turns to press their red handprints on it. He looked up and did not let his tears fall. He muttered, "My life was worth it." When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were returning to Luoyang, they received a letter from Tubo. It was written by Han Xianfeng. In the letter, he first said that he wished Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, as well as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan families, a happy new year. He then said that he would not be returning. Mi Fan and Wang Wan were the same. They were preparing to spend the new year there. He hoped that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could send some Tubo specialties back home to make his family happy. He then told Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan that Tubo did not have many livestock to exchange this year. However, there was a lot of saffron, and they had basically bought them all. There were also slaves. The slaves that were exchanged with food had already increased the number of slaves to 34,000. He said that there would be more next year, especially after it snowed. He asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to think of a way to settle them down. They could not let so many people stay in Jinchuan County. It seems that Tubo will not have a good time this year. They probably won't send any more troops. Otherwise, they won't have enough food and morale. Once they come, they will be defeated. Our plan can continue. Zhang Xiaobao put away the letter and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan let out a long breath and said, "It's good that there is no war. To be honest, I don't want to fight either. As long as there is a war, people will die. Although a general should be used to seeing life and death, I still don't feel good. Think of more ideas and try your best to use other methods to take Tubo into Tang Empire's territory." Back then, Tibet was conquered, and the losses were huge. Yes, I will try my best to solve it through economic means. If it really doesn't work, we can buy land from them. Without land, they will gradually weaken. Once we have arranged for the slaves to be bought, we can make a move on their population. Zhang Xiaobao did not like people dying, especially people on his side. He decided not to use force to solve the problem. However, force could not be lacking. They must have a strong force as a deterrent to let other methods continue. Xiaobao, do you think Li Longji can send us to the northeast? Isn't the northeast very chaotic now? The local people there are not easy to govern. Wang Wan asked about other things. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "No problem, Li Longji will definitely agree. When the time comes, we just need to beat around the bush. Didn't we say that we were going to see Izhou? This time, we will let him think that we are using Izhou as a cover. As long as he is not sure, our plan can continue. It's best to go to Dalian in the northeast. There's a sea there. We won't go to Gourd Island or Jinzhou for now. Dalian is close to Shandong. Don't think that it will take a long time to get there by land. It's very convenient to go by sea. It's a straight line." Wang Wan nodded. "We need to discuss this properly when we get back. Li Longji has become smarter. It won't be easy to trick him anymore. He probably just wants to win this one time. Is there a place called Fushun in the northeast that has a lot of coal? It's said that there is the most amber there. Let's go there and take a look. Dalian should be a small fishing village right now. There are not many people in the northeast, so who would want to run to a fishing village? We can add one more person. If we continue north, Li Longji won't care about Fajing. Let's get the Russians here. What's their name again? When we get back, we can take over Fajing as well. It doesn't matter who takes over. Why care about political power? As long as the people can live a good life, the great Tang can do it as well." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he looked toward the northeast. There had once been an extremely powerful country there. There had been both friendship and enmity, but in the end, it was just a matter of interests. Wang Wan also looked over. Suddenly, she blinked and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, do you know the shortest way to get to North America? We can go from there, to the place we bought in America. That'll save us a lot of trouble. There's no need to take such a long and dangerous detour. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaobao froze for a moment before vigorously nodding. "I think so. That's right. There's a strait there. It's very convenient to get there. It's also very convenient to get to South America. Both sides are very close." If Zhang Xiaobao hadn't heard Wang Wan mention it, he wouldn't have thought of this matter. He was influenced by his habitual thinking that the appearance of the Age of Discovery was the discovery of America by the Europeans. Therefore, he had always planned to take the ship there and look for all kinds of seeds to grow back and make delicious food. But now, he realized that Russia was close to America. It was much more comfortable and less dangerous than going to the sea. Ships had to be built. There would definitely be naval battles in the future. But getting potatoes, peppers, tomatoes, and corn seeds first did not conflict with building ships. Chapter 763. Throw, throw, throw the handkerchief. Gently place it behind the little kid. Everyone, don't tell him. Little Bei, why do you always know when it's placed behind you? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team was about to reach Luoyang. The group of children gathered together and played with the handkerchief. It was normal for them to play, but what was abnormal was that every time someone placed the handkerchief behind Little Bei would immediately discover it and chase after them with the handkerchief. Little Yuan, who was good at calculations, was puzzled. Could it be that his sister also knew how to calculate? Or was it the kind of calculation that was done by hand? When Little Bei noticed it again, she could not help but ask. Little Bei was still hoping to win a few more times. She pursed her lips and did not say a word. The power of democracy was great. When the other children realized that they were always losing, they had no choice but to join forces to interrogate Little Bei. Brother and sister were right. There's no justice in this world. It's just that some people are more powerful than others. Therefore, many people are dissatisfied and want to deal with one person together. Little Bei was suddenly isolated as she pouted. Little Yuan gave a look that said, "Of course. This is what it means by, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. When the beach is higher than the shore, it will be swept away by the current. When one's actions are higher than others, they will be trampled on. The rafters that stick out will rot first." Is there a need to ask such simple logic? The other children nodded in agreement. All right, you win. I'll tell you, but I'll only tell my sister Xiaozhu. Little Bei's eyes darted around as she said. I object. Little Yuan spoke up again. Then I'll tell Big Man and Little Man. Little Bei mentioned another two people. Then what should I do? Little Yuan realized that something was amiss. Humph. You and my brother can forget about knowing. You were the ones who spoke first. Didn't you say that the rafters that stick out will rot first? Even if I lose it, I won't let you get it. Little Bei blinked her large eyes, looking as though she had succeeded in her scheme. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had come to find the children to practice calligraphy, happened to hear the children's words as they looked at each other. Xiaobao, did we teach them this? Wang Wan was very surprised. Xiao Bei had a secret, but in the end, the others joined forces to force him. Before the leader could take advantage of him, Xiao Bei had divided the other party. Many adults couldn't see clearly, but it appeared in a group of little fellows. It was too hard to understand. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head blankly. I didn't teach them. It's not time yet. I'm going to teach them when they're in their freshman year. Could it be that they're self-taught? Zhang Xiaobao did not intend to raise Xiao Bei and the others into obedient babies. He wanted to tell them that the sky was blue, the water was blue, the mountains were green, and the human heart was kind. However, he felt that they were still young and could not understand too many calculations. He wanted to wait until they were a little older before he could let them understand that the essence of this world was benefits. Of course, this benefit was not only material, but also spiritual. For example, doing something good and being in a good mood was also a kind of benefit. At this moment, he felt that there was no need to go through so much trouble. Xiao Bei and the others had already understood. The other party was still exchanging benefits. Little Zhu smiled when she learned the secret. Little Yuan leaned over and asked, Sister, what's the plan? What benefits can you give me? I can't tell you for free, right? Little Zhu stated her conditions. I'll give you 2 lollipops. Little Yuan compromised regretfully. 3. Xiao Zhu stretched out 3 fingers. Little Yuan waited for a few breaths before he turned to Big Man and Little Man. I'll give either of you a lollipop if you tell me. 2. Big Man and Little Man said at the same time. Zhang Chang, Zhang Gang, and Zhang Fang, who had changed their names, were very anxious. Zhang Chang, who had changed his name, was the oldest. He was recognized by Lu Zhou. Zhang Gang and Zhang Fang were Chang Hu's children. In the past, they used their own names. However, ever since they were taken care of, they changed their names as a form of protection. They would change their names back when they were adults. They felt that they were being isolated. They looked at each other and quickly formed a small group. They were ready to strike at the right time and were waiting for an opportunity. Little Yuan pondered for a moment before he looked at Little Hai and said, "Brother Little Hai, why don't you give me a lollipop? I'll tell you when the time comes. You guys play." "The three of us are not playing," Zhang Chang said on behalf of the siblings. As a result, a group in a game was facing disbandment under such circumstances. Then let's change to another one. Actually, it's not a big deal. The windows of the cabin next to us are glass. What are we going to play? Little Bei said helplessly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also felt helpless. This group of little fellows had become smart. Zhang Xiaobao stepped out from the corner and said to his younger siblings, "Let's go. I'll bring you guys to play something more interesting. Let's see who can rinse the thickest ink brush today." The so-called rinsing brush was to write. After writing a word, one was allowed to rinse the brush in the ink basin next to them. If one did not write well, one was not allowed to rinse the brush. Whoever had the thickest ink in the basin in the end would win. Not only was this a waste of ink, but the brush was also very worn out. However, the effect was good. It was more acceptable to the little fellows than simply practicing writing. When they saw others rinsing their brush, they would feel anxious. However, the more anxious they were, the worse the words they wrote would be. It was very effective in developing their temperament. When the little fellows saw their brother and sister coming over, they all gathered around them. They all talked about what others had said and went to practice writing with their brother and sister. The big table was placed there, and the little fellows each found their own position. If they felt uncomfortable, they would adjust. Today, they were still writing small regular script. There was no requirement for the words to show any strength of character. As long as they could write, they would pass. They could not write large characters because their wrists were not strong enough. When writing, they used their right hand. If they were eating, they would need to switch between their left and right hands. Today, it was the left hand. Tomorrow, it would be the right hand. They could train both sides of the brain at the same time. The little fellows never felt that learning and writing were boring. Games were always accompanied by them. There was no need to tell them that there was a path to the mountain of books, and there was no need to draw a plum blossom to let them understand that if it was not for the bone-chilling cold, how could the plum blossom smell so fragrant? All the efforts were borne by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two had done everything for the education of their younger siblings. After the little fellows wrote, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not make any movements. They communicated with their lips. "Can we teach them to play the piano? They are 3 years old." Wang Wan asked. "Wait a little longer. After the new year, we will make a flute for them to play. 2 tigers are good enough." Zhang Xiaobao replied. 2 tigers won't work. There is the sound fa in the flute. In our national music, this is called clear horn. Now the music only has the name of the sound, but there is no melody mark. What is used is the mutual generation of the 5 octaves. The sound fa is not easy to play. Not only do you need to loosen the hole, but you also need to control the strength of the exhalation. Wang Wan hummed according to the tune of Who Else Do You Want? Johnson in her heart and found the problem. Then let's play Spring River Moonlight Night. Zhang Xiaobao did not understand, so he thought of a national song and said, "Can you play Spring River Moonlight Night with the flute? Just the little bit in front needs 2 octaves. If you can play it, you can play 3 Ways of Plum Blossom." Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao still refused to admit defeat. "Play Rosy Clouds Chasing the Moon. There is the sound of changing palaces in rosy clouds chasing the moon. What's the difference between that and clear horn? Don't you know that all the sounds can be converted to each other according to different modes? Whether it is the law of 5 octaves or the law of 12 octaves, it is not accurate to set the tone, even if it is pure law. If you want to set the tone, use a tuning device. The amplitude is the same." Wang Wan could bully Zhang Xiaobao in this respect. Zhang Xiaobao did not learn it. "When I rule the world, I will do whatever I say. Whoever disagrees with me will be burned in the flower square like Bruno." "Then what do you think we should learn first?" Zhang Xiaobao gnashed his teeth. "It's almost the new year, so I'll first come up with the prelude to the spring festival. The main melody is easy to remember, but the harmony is troublesome. I can't remember it, and I didn't take it to heart when I first listened to it. When children listen to songs, don't let them listen to sad songs. Although sad music is the best way to cultivate the feeling of music, like Yan Nanfei, they're still young." Wang Wan could not count on Zhang Xiaobao. Even if Zhang Xiaobao had listened to a lot of music before, he only knew how it was done and did not know why it was done. Zhang Xiaobao did not blush at all. He was not afraid of anything, but he could pretend, so he said, "Okay, you do it. If you can't do it well, ask me. The sad horse head zither is better. It is bleak and distant. A camel can be forced to feed its child even if it doesn't want to. With such an unpleasant sound, the camel must not be able to stand it, so it compromised and fed the child." For example, the most famous song, 2 Springs Reflecting the Moon, played by the horse head zither. "Hey! Where are you going?" Wang Wan did not know if the camel could stand it, but she could not stand it. She turned her head away. Out of sight, out of mind. She went to see how her brother and sister were doing. When the firecrackers of the new year sounded, when countless families were making dumplings for a reunion, there was still a group of people who were looking at the crescent moon in the sky. Tubo also celebrated the new year at this time, just like the countries around the Tang Empire. At the same time as the Tang Empire, even Xinluo, Tujue, and Japan celebrated the new year. However, many years later, the fickle Japan was not as persistent as Xinluo. They did not even have their own new year to celebrate. It was not easy to survive in the cracks. Han Xianfeng, Jiu Meiling, Mi Fan, and Sanri Nagan sat in the house. They roasted the charcoal stove and ate the steaming dumplings. They listened to the sounds of firecrackers outside and were prepared to keep watch for the night. It's the new year. We can't go back this year. Let's celebrate here. Come, let me drink first. Han Xianfeng raised the wine cup in front of him and said loudly to the 3 of them. He raised his head and drank. The other 3 drank the wine and picked up a cooked dumpling. They dipped it in garlic sauce or vinegar and ate it. It's so lively. If you guys don't come, there won't be any firecrackers in Tubo. Now, the slaves can enjoy themselves. For today, I took out a lot of noodles and meat. I even made a set of clothes for the children. The dumplings that Sanri Nagan ate were not stuffed with 3 delicacies. Instead, they were stuffed with pork, beef, and onion. He even cracked 2 eggs inside to prevent them from being too hard. The main reason was that there was not much oil. Meat was often eaten, but he was afraid that it would be too greasy. The beef here was not worth much. Jiu Meiling did not agree with Sanri Nagan's words. He retorted, "You call this lively? You haven't been to Sanchuay County during the new year. You'll know what it means when you get there. Everyone doesn't sleep or keep watch at home. Instead, they come out to dance the dragon. The dragon can even breathe fire. Yes, yes. Now, all the villages near Sanchuay County have people building stages. They sing, dance, do crosstalk, and do skits. It's a pity that I don't know how to do it. The slaves can't learn it either. Otherwise, I would build a stage too. Han Xianfeng also recalled how he spent the new year in the past few years. Mi Fan drank a cup and said, listening to the cheers outside, "It's not bad. How can it be compared to Sanchuay County? There's no place in the world that can be compared to it. I guess even the capital can't." Sonri Nigan did not have any direct impression of this. He could only guess the situation in Sanchuay County during the new year. He drank a mouthful of dumpling soup and ate half of laba garlic. He squinted his eyes and pursed his lips because of the sourness. He also said, "Of course Sanchuay County can do that. It's rich. Every family doesn't care. However, it's not easy to build a stage. I guess it was only after the Tang Empire's emperor built the Pear Garden. There's no better place in the world than Sanchuay County during the new year. It's not like that." Before the Pear Garden, Sanchuay County started to have a New Year's gala during the new year. It was opened by Zhang family and Wang family. Sanchuay County is powerful, but their power lies in Zhang family and Wang family. At this moment, the young master and his wife should be in Luoyang. It seems more lively than Sanchuay County. There's no need for anyone else. As long as the young master and his wife are there, they can support a New Year's gala. If you don't believe me, you can ask them when you go back. Han Xianfeng was quite familiar with Sanchuay County. When the Zhang family and Wang family held a New Year's gala the next year, he already knew about it. He could still perform many crosstalk jokes, but he could not organize a New Year's gala. Firstly, he had never organized one before and lacked experience. Secondly, the slaves could not be compared to the servants of the Zhang family and Wang family. Although the inner court of the Zhang family and Wang family was not as good as it was now, they were still better than the slaves. The Zhang family and Wang family were quite good at managing them. As the four of them talked, they looked at the west side of Jinchuan. They wondered how the people there would spend this year. They did not expect to eat dumplings. Most of the food this year was exchanged with slaves. Compared to the desolation of Tubo and the liveliness of Sanchuay County, there was another place that was not inferior to Sanchuay County. The roads in Luzhou were second only to the Vermilion Bird Avenue in Chang'an. If all the streets were counted, they were more beautiful than Chang'an. The people of Luzhou welcomed a new provincial governor. The new provincial governor was also very honest. He was not as arrogant as he was in the first month. When he first arrived, he was happy for a few days when he saw that there was running water in the beautiful courtyard. Then, he was ready to present his political ideas. In the end, he found a very serious problem. The local counties did not listen to him, and the army was not under his command. He met with the new military secretary and wrote an urgent letter. He sent it to the capital with a local carrier pigeon at a high price. Not only did the people in the capital not help him, but they also reprimanded the two of them. One of them was Zhang Shuo's man, and the other was the crown prince's man. It was not easy for them to cooperate. They did not expect that not only Zhang Shuo and the crown prince received the letter, but even Gao Lishir and the emperor also knew the content. Gao Lishir did not say much, but Li Longji saw the letter from the two of them. It said that the places controlled by the Zhang family and the Wang family were going to rebel. Li Longji was so angry that he was amused. If they wanted to rebel, why didn't they stay where they were? The adults were in Luoyang, but the children were in the capital. If they really wanted to rebel, would Lu Zhou give them the pigeons? Therefore, the new provincial governor and the military secretary became obedient. When the new year arrived and they found that all the people in Lu Zhou had set up the longevity altar to worship Zhang Zhong, the two of them finally understood who was in charge here. Some people were comfortable during the new year, but others were not. The Four Seas Academy also organized an event. It was organized by the students of Xinluo. The current students of Xinluo were more powerful than those of Japan. Although they lost in Cai Zhou's Changning, it did not hurt their foundation. If they continued to operate, there would still be a little profit. Unlike here in Japan, where they directly faced Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they lost again and again. As a result, the mood of Yamamoto and the other Japanese students was not so good. 6 days ago, a fast ship came from Japan. As soon as the people on the ship arrived at the Four Seas Academy, they could not stop crying. This was because this time, 3 big ships and more than 10 fast ships came over, but only one ship arrived at the destination. The others were silent on the way. In fact, there were 4 fast ships on each of the 3 big ships. When they encountered danger, only one fast ship came out. The other ships probably could not come over. It was impossible not to die on a voyage. Although Yamamoto was sad, he was not too sad. The main problem was that he had spent so much money to grow ginseng, but other than the bitter and astringent radishes, he did not even see a single ginseng whisker. This meant that he had failed. If he failed, he could start all over again, but how many 100,000 strings were there to lose? The Japanese side had already said that they would not send any money to him in the next 2 years, so he had to think of a way himself. At this time, Yamamoto remembered what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said to him the moment he saw them. At that time, Wang Wan basically agreed, and Zhang Xiaobao did all the talking. Zhang Xiaobao said that if Japan was unable to send money directly, they could cooperate. They could use the extra silver or cent this time to exchange for 40 sets of glass products. In the future, they could continue to use the glass products to exchange for gold and silver in Japan, as well as good wood. In the end, he did not agree at that time, thinking that this price was too low. At that time, Zhang Xiaobao said that if they wanted to exchange next time, it would probably not be at this price. He even thought that Zhang Xiaobao was lying to him. Now, the country already knew about glass products. Rich people wanted to buy them at all costs, but where could he find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan during the new year? He also didn't know what kind of new price they would offer. Yamamoto lowered his head and didn't have any thoughts as he listened to the people on the school stage imitating the messy party that Sanshui City had created. The dumplings in front of him had long turned cold. Yamamoto wasn't in the mood to eat by the side. When he waited for someone on the stage to sing an unpleasant tune, he said to Yamamoto, "Yamamoto, why don't we meet Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan tomorrow morning and bring gifts? By the time we arrive, the new year will be over. Who knows if they are still in Luoyang? Besides, what kind of gift do you think will make Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan willing to continue cooperating with us?" It wasn't that Yamamoto hadn't thought of such a thing. If it were another opponent, he could casually make a decision and was confident that he could control the other party. But now, he was facing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Although these two people weren't adults, they weren't simple at all. In their calculations, who dared to say that they were stronger than the two of them? Especially after the failure to replant the ginseng, no matter how he thought about it, he felt that it was too coincidental to be able to see how the ginseng grew. When the Tang dynasty's agriculture temple was losing money, when no one ate the newly cultivated radishes, when he went to look for them, why was Wang Wan, who was usually as close to Zhang Xiaobao as a person, angry? Why was Wang Wan, who could lead troops to war, so delicate after spraining her ankle? Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family were the most strict about technology, so how could a maidservant sit at the door where there was ginseng? She even ran out to see Wang Wan. If these coincidences weren't enough, after he arrived in the capital, he encountered many things that were also very coincidental. At first, he didn't think much of it, but now that he thought about it, he realized that things were definitely not that simple. I was fooled, deceived, sigh. If I hadn't gone to Baoshin County back then, would today's matter not have happened? As he thought about it, Yamamoto closed his eyes and said to Yamamoto in pain. Yamamoto wasn't stupid, so he naturally understood what was going on. It was just like the rumors. Oh, it was no longer a rumor, but a fact. Just as others had admitted to him, no matter how capable they thought they were, they must not scheme against Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Whoever touched them would be finished. There was no luck at all. It was one thing to understand in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. Now, he had to rely on himself and Yamamoto. With a sigh, Yamamoto said to Yamamoto, if you put yourself in the same position as Zhang Xiaobao, you will naturally be sad if you fail. However, Zhang Xiaobao is not someone that anyone can stand shoulder to shoulder with. Xinluo has already invested 150,000 strings of cash in Changning this time, but they have been losing money all the time. Even if they make money in the future, it will only be a small amount of money. For example, in terms of investment, the gains are too little. Zhang Xiaobao didn't go there personally. He only wrote a plan for Liu. If it were up to me, I would set off immediately and go to Luoyang. I believe they won't leave before the 15th of the first lunar month. Catch up with them and ask them how much they sell their glass. When the time comes, we can transport some of them back. Maybe he really thought it through after being persuaded by Yamamoto, or maybe he just found a way out for himself. After hearing Yamamoto's words, Yamamoto opened his eyes, looked at Yamamoto, and asked, "Can you make it in time?" "Yes, it's the 30th tonight. 15 days will be over by a fast horse. Why don't we give the silver ore that we didn't agree on last time as a gift to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan?" The words were said by Yamamoto, and the idea was also said by him. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.